good.
Speedway. We're going to start the wall of fame inductions very shortly, so if you're interested, come on down to the courtyard area. In a couple minutes, we'll get underway with the wall of fame induction. Wall of fame induction will start very shortly.
Yeah, they're going to start the races now. Those are the little ones.
Welcome, race fans, to the 2023 Wall of Fame induction. It's a great pleasure to be here tonight to induct 3 more people onto our Wall of Fame. We'll start with Clayton Patterson, a driver in the number 20 car. Where are you? Come on up, Mike. If you're looking at Clayton Patterson's career based on a bunch of individual awards, you would not be that impressed. Look at the track trophy case, and outside of rollover award, 3 times most feature wins, most checker flags, and best appearing car award, there's really not much there. Quite surprised how quiet his career would be. But Clayton finished his rookie season with a 7th place finish in the sportsman class, and 7 years later, his final year of racing, he finished 7th once again. But in the 5 years in between, Clayton did what no other driver has ever accomplished here at the Speedway. Won 5 straight class championships, and 4 of those seasons were also the overall track champion. Clayton finished his 7-year career with 63 regular season wins, which included 7 feature wins for half a decade from 1990 to 1994. Clayton ranks first in total points with 12,760, nearly 3,000 more than his nearest competitor during that period. Says Clayton can be reached through Facebook if you're looking for him. Congratulations, Clayton, on a great year, and welcome to the Wall of Fame. Marshall Thompson. For those who are not aware of who Marshall Thompson is, Marshall was the original track photographer for the new dirt track when it opened in 1970. Prior to that, Marshall was a fan taking pictures and videos just for himself at the old quarter-mile track. Prior to the start of the 1970 race season, Marshall approached owner Lou Redham to see if Lou would be interested in having him come to the track each week, take photos of the drivers and the racing action. Lucky for us, Lou agreed. Marshall worked for track promoter Cecil each week, and his photos brought life to writings of Cecil, much how the track photographer Rod Henderson does for Angie weekly race reports today. Marshall captured so many great photos of the track in the early years during a time when you just pick a spot on the track, and as the cars pass that point, you'd snap a picture and hope for the best. Along with the action shots, Marshall took many photos of drivers in racing winner photos and all the accidents. Marshall has also generously given us permission to use his photos for projects I have in mind to help promote the track and memorialize the drivers of that era. This is why Marshall was nominated in the Career Builder category. Congratulations, Marshall, for being inducted in the 2023 Wall of Fame. Ronaldo was a child businessman, and the man was a stay-at-home mother for 4 young children living in Brighton. The family's featured for the very unexpected direction. One day in the summer of 1980, while reading the Toronto Star, Lou saw a classified ad about a racetrack for sale. Lou had a for racing, but particularly with imports and road racing. Shortly after, Lou loaded the family of 6 in a van and headed east down the 401 on one Saturday night to see what dirt track racing was all about. They sat in the stands, watched a full night of racing, and on the way home, he broke the news to the family. He was going to buy Brighton Speedway. The rest, I guess you could say, is history, and now 43 years later in county, still running the track, strong with the foundations of Lou and Diane Bill. Lou and Diane took on many ambitious projects over the years, from buildings to new scoring at VIP towers, new fencing, and even reduced the grandstands at one point. The only original monument left from the 1980s when they purchased the Speedway is the canteen right there. Lou would do promoting and managing the drivers while Diane would manage the canteen and the staff. The two of them had a lot of friends, such as Barry and Betty Doucette, Alan Joe Vanderland, Henry Barring, Gerald and Joanne Dreister, to name a few. As the kids of the Speedway, when they were old enough, they all worked and contributed as well. And Mark says old enough means 7 years old. He remembers selling programs at the age of 7 to ensure the hard work. Lou and Diane had them on a commission structure. He remembers his commission of cents per program. Lou and Diane also ran Evansville Speedway for one season. Early on karting the family of Watertown every Sunday morning. They decided after one season that it was too much to continue running 2 tracks, 2.5 hours, so they decided not to renew the lease at Evansville and focus here on Brighton Speedway. There are promoters that are always trying to bring better events to the racing here at Brighton Speedway. Lou and Diane were some of the first promoters in Ontario to hold midweek specials, so they could attract racing stars as Barefoot Bob McCready, Small Block Pete Victor, and Canadian stock car icon Don Peterman. Lou was also keen to keep working with other promoters to practice promoting series, as well as running a successful late model touring series through the 1990s. As years went on, Lou got more into politics, and the kids took more of a role, especially Maria. Maria was a major part of the Speedway operations in the 90s and early 2000s, and then Mark and MG in 2002 became more involved in the Speedway. As Nathan was born, Angela would spend most of her days at the track helping Maria and Diane. As Lou got more involved in the politics, Mark got more involved into the racing and officially purchased the track from Lou and Diane in 2010. However, that never slowed Lou down. To this day, he's still here working tirelessly to keep the facility maintained. In his 43rd year of living in Brighton, even though it's politics, I don't think Lou has missed more than a handful of Saturday nights on these grounds. And Diane, although has taken a step back from the day-to-day operations here at the Speedway, she comes every Saturday night to watch her two grandsons race, Nathan and AJ. Personally, I can't think of two others, as well as Mark. This is his work, but I have to agree. Two other people to be more responsible for their continued success of Brighton Speedway. Lou and Diane were proud to have on top of the Speedway Wall of Fame. Congratulations, Lou and Diane. Welcome to the Wall of Fame 23.
Hit my head on that thing. No, one more time. Good, the wind's picking up. Yeah, great, good, great, grand. Perfect. Only started a half hour late. Last week, an hour. What was all last week? It rained at like 5 o'clock. Like sprinkled for 10 minutes. I was out there till fucking 6:45 back. Really? Or 7, yeah. No, 7. No, 6:45, that's right. You did hot laps at 7. Half an hour late. Yeah, we were halfway through hot laps. Not even. It was great.
stay on the rides as we get ready for tonight's action.
Welcome live to Brighton Speedway here on G-Force TV. As tonight we bring you the first half of the Labor Day Classic. I'm Greg Kilnan, with me Adam Ross trackside tonight. Clinton Jeffrey, as we get ready to bring you all the action here at Brighton. First race of the night is on deck. The mini stocks head out onto the racetrack, and starting on the pole in this one, Trevin McCrillis in the 2, Bree Chambers in the 1 to the outside, Lawrence Evident in the 25, the 27, that'll be Nico Hansen, Landon Much in the 41, the 00 is William Vitito, and Jake McKenzie in the 43 as they head down into corners 1 and 2 for the first time here tonight with the mini stocks. Through corner 4 they come. First trip around. McCrillis is going to be your leader at the line with Evenden there in that second spot. Nico Hansen making a rare appearance here at Brighton Speedway. We see him up in the Niagara region running Friday nights at the Big O. His big brother in the sprint cars here tonight. Took a bit of a tumble in the 88H, but nonetheless, here's Nico challenging for the second spot. McCrillis, your leader. Hansen to the outside of Evenden now. He'll take over the second spot into corner number 3. 3-car breakaway at the front.
You know, Nico Hansen's unfamiliarity with this racetrack is working for him right now. Anybody who runs here a lot in these early on heats, Greg, you stick to the bottom of the racetrack. You don't go to the outside. Nobody sent that memo to Nico Hansen, and he just took the lead down the backstretch.
Here he is off of corner 4 with the cross flags going up in the air. 4 in, 4 to go in this first qualifier of the night for the mini stock division. Hansen beginning to pull away now from McCrillis in the second spot. Evenden holding down third. Chambers right now running in the 4th spot.
Hansen out in front, continuing to run that higher line. McCrillis able to draw near. In corner entry, Nico Hansen getting off the corners a little bit better in that J&E recovery 27. Here comes McCrillis to the inside in turn 3.
2 laps left to go for Nico Hansen, McCrillis, and Evident. Here in this Bills Johns mini stock, qualifier number 1. Come after this. Good field of mini stocks on hand here tonight. Late models, Canadian modifieds, Action Sprint Tour, and the 360 Sprints all on the card here this evening. White flag is out.
Beautiful night for racing too here in Brighton. Nico Hansen down the back straightaway for the final time. McCrillis is close, but I don't think close enough. Hansen pitches it sideways in 3. McCrillis closes the gap, but it's going to be Nico Hansen taking the win.
McCrillis will cross the line in second over Evenden. And then the battle for the... Oh, contact hard up in corner 4. That will break the left front of the 1 of Chambers. As Jacob McKenzie just plowed in to the number 1 machine, and that will send Bree into the infield. And not able to cross the start-finish line. So Nico Hansen picks up the win in heat number 1. For the Bills Johns mini stocks, heat number 2, heading out onto the Speedway. As I mentioned, 3 in total tonight for the minis. Alicia Gerard will start on the pole in this one. To the outside will be Caleb Severin in the 12. Carter Rhodes in the 18 will line up in 3rd. Chris Tufford in the 4 starts in the 4th spot. Ethan Humphrey in the 77 lines up in position number 5. John South in the 72 lines up 6th, and then we got the 04 of Dave Chamberlain starting in that 7th and final position.
Drivers working in those outside grooves of the racetrack here on these pace laps as they continue to work to clear away the car on the infield. Clinton Jeffrey heading over to have a closer look. We had a look at the replay as Greg was introducing the lineup for heat race number 2, and it was indeed significant contact.
Yeah, it looks like a broken tie rod down here in front, Adam. They'll have to get that one fixed, but most of the control arms and everything appear to be all right, so hopefully it's just a tie rod.
Tow truck pulls away on the infield. And the field's going to be shown the white flag this time. So next time by, and a turn number 4 will set them loose. Heat race number 2 for the mini stocks. Alicia Gerard on the pole. On the outside in that number 12, the Caleb Severin. I'm always impressed down here by Carter Rhodes, the driver of that number 18. He does a stellar job down here in the mini stocks.
Green is out in the second qualifier for the Bills Johns minis.
Severin out in front. He'll lead the way down the back straightaway. Carter Rhodes to the outside in the 3rd spot. Chris Tufford in that white number 4 holds on to 2nd as they work off turn 4 for the first time.
One in the book, all Severin right now in the 12th machine. Tufford on the bottom. Trying to drop on the back bumper of the Severin 12. Here comes Rhodes on the outside.
I always think something came off a car, but it's freaking Abby. The drone gets so close to the cars, it's like debris.
2 on the board. 6 remaining in this second qualifier for the mini stocks. Severin out in front. Tufford holding down that second spot from Rhodes. And once again, another 3-car breakaway here in this qualifier. Lisa Gerard back there in the 4th position. Ahead of that 72 of John South and Ethan Humphrey in the 77. Dave Chamberlain tonight in the 04.
You'll get a kick out of this, Greg. I've been working diligently on lineups for September 2022. I'm going to set that down. Focus on the race on the track.
It's all Severin right now over Tufford and Rhodes. Time by, it'll be 3 laps left to go in this qualifying heat.
Top 3 have pulled away by more than half a straightaway. Severin continuing to lead. Carter Rhodes trying to close in on Chris Tufford. Tufford slid up the track a little there in turn number 2. Rhodes with a good run through the middle this time in 3 and 4. Still can't drive under the 4 machine.
And trying to find a way to get a little bit of a run on that 4, but Tufford good enough to stay ahead in that second spot. The battle back there for the 4th spot continuing to get a little bit closer, but the white flag is out. Severin, your leader, with 1 to go. Through 3 and 4 for the final time. Severin will work it off the corner and pick up the heat race win. Rhodes is going to make it interesting, but Tufford will hold on for second over Rhodes. And then it'll be Gerard in the 71 over South and Humphrey. And then the 04 will conclude the running order. Of course, that tonight driven by Dave Chamberlain. So 2 in the books, 1 to go for the Bills Johns mini stocks. Before we bring out the action sprint tour, 26 action sprints here tonight, 24 of the 360 sprints. 3rd and final qualifier out of the racetrack. Cole Abrams in the 96 will line up on the pole for this one with Evan Minnie on the outside in the 17E. And I had a happy birthday message to Evan Minnie. Love Marianne, Renee, and Bryce. So happy birthday to Evan Minnie. Lining up there in that 2nd position. 3rd spot belongs to Chris Lamley in the 95. To the outside, Tyson Gregory in the 22. And back in the 3rd and final row, we've got the 8. I've got a couple of names here. One, Sebastian Reitmeyer. And the other, Devin O'Brien. So we'll see who comes across the scoring monitor here. And the 54, that'll be Tim Moore starting in the 6th spot.
Three rows of 2 lined up, heading down the back straightaway. Getting set for a green flag this time.
Cole Abrams on the pole, not showing up on timing and scoring here in the 96. So you'll notice that on the scoreboard as well. The 96 not showing, but he is a leader to set the pace off of corner number 4. And we're on it here in the 3rd and final qualifier for the Bills Johns mini stocks. Look at Tyson Gregory with a great launch off of corner 2. He'll zip up into that 2nd spot ahead of Lamley.
And develops a bit of a push halfway through the corner, but powers right through. Let's see if he can close in on Abrams out in front. Right now, Abrams about 0.4 of a second faster.
Here comes the battle for the 3rd spot as Tim Moore takes a look to the inside of Lamley in the 95.
Laurel continue to work that inside groove and then right in behind Lamley through 1 and 2. Now look to the bottom again on the exit of turn 2, down the back straightaway.
All Abrams at this point. 3 laps on the board, 5 remain. Two-car breakaway this time between Abrams and Tyson Gregory. More to the third spot. Lamley back to fourth. Cross flags this time by for your leader, Abrams.
Halfway through this final mini stock qualifying heat, Tyson Gregory slowly trying to close that gap. 1/10 of a second quicker that lap. He's going to need a little more than that.
3 laps left to do it. Tyson Gregory trying to close the gap. 2 to go this time by the flag stand. Final qualifier for the Bills-Johns mini stocks.
Abrams moving up the racetrack at the exit of turn 4. That's allowing Tyson Gregory to close that gap. 1.5 laps to go, and Gregory has eaten up half the distance between himself and the race leader.
Here they come off a 4 to the white flag. Abrams has the lead, but he's just holding on as they go into 1. Final time down there. Gregory really gets a good run down on the bottom side. Abrams stands strong on the outside.
They're going to battle down through 3 and 4 for the final time. Abrams up on the high side. Tyson Gregory to the bottom. It'll be Abrams by 1 car length taking that victory. Third going to go to Tim Moore. Chris Lamley going to finish 4th. Sebastian Reitmeyer finishing 5th with Mini coming home 6th.
So that will conclude qualifying for the Bills-Johns mini stocks action sprint tour presented by Pinty's up next. And this is the national tour racing here tonight. 3 tours in 2023. We have the Supernet Eastern Tour, the Oakwood Transport Western Tour, and then the National Tour, which we're seeing here tonight. And this is rolling out onto the racetrack in just a moment. First race in the National Tour took place at Brockville Speedway on July the 22nd. Matthew Barjay picked up the win there. And then it was back to Brockville again on August the 19th. Matt Billings, your winner, and now races 3 and 4 here this weekend at Brighton.
Now, Greg, I'm going to ask you, am I blind or are the lineups not on my race pass? We'll just wait for them to come out. Well, you can get it, but I can't.
On the app. I can't get it on the computer.
Oh, you left out one word, or that would have been hilarious.
So I'll let you use my phone if you'd like. It's only $5 a minute.
and
here's
again,
race number 1, starting on the pole.
You're welcome again. Because I had a joke for $5 a minute, but we're in mixed company, Greg. Out of Oshweek, and I'm going to go with how they're lined up down. Oh, my goodness. She's amazing. Not you, Greg. Shelby, you're not amazing. Just to be crystal clear. On the pole out of Picton in the 87, it's Andrew Hennessy. Starting second from Pierreville, Quebec. The 19 is Matthew Bargier. Starting third from Port Perry in the 4B, it's 4-barrel Daryl Peltier. Fourth from Kingston, the 115 is Dan Deo. Fifth out of Bowmanville, the 31C is Dale Curran. Sixth from Six Nations, the 20 is Johnny Miller. Seventh from St. Catharines, the 71 is Mike Bowman. Eighth from Oshwegan, the 28T is Cam Thompson. And rounding out the field from Brockville, the 52 is Matt Billings. That's how they'll line up for heat race number 1.
Guys, let's just talk a bit about the Action Sprint Tour and what it is. You know, these are crate-powered sprint cars, so everything is identical to their 360 big brothers, but they have the 602 converted sprint engine in, the same engine that they would run here in the Thunderstocks Weekly. And man, what a tour it has turned into be here with all these different drivers from all over. This is race number 3 of the National Tour, so we have drivers from the East and West here. And we get set to watch. Mike Bowman here's had a classy year in the 71. It's been amazing to see the progress he's had. A lot of the other drivers not happy with how fast Mike's been, but he's doing double duty and working here as we got one on the backstretch, turned around a bit, the 115. We'll get it right straightened out. And Lee Ladisura is here. He is the East champion. So by virtue of 5 wins, Lee cannot be knocked off. So we have our East and West champions here now. They're going to combine their best 8 races the best 6 races along with their best 8 national events, or all the 8 national events, I should say. And that will compose their 14 race total to decide who will be the national champion for the first time here for the Action Sprint Tour.
Hard to believe we've come this far with the crate sprint car division. Not too long ago, just getting started, and now an unbelievable amount of cars in this division.
You know, I would like to say to all the Brighton fans here who maybe don't get to see these crate sprints very often, these are the future 360 stars you're going to see here racing in the 6 events usually that we have here at Brighton. And a lot of the future stars are right here tonight. And we've seen a lot of the drivers move up. I mean, we talked a lot about Dylan Westbrook and his success. He started in the crate sprints, as did a lot of the other ones. We'll watch tonight to see how it goes. 26 strong as they all get together for national race number 3.
Great looking field. In fact, some of these drivers, I mean, Dale Curran took last night off. We would normally see him at Ashwegan Speedway on a Friday night. That's how important the show is to him. And the CN Produce number 31. Young man with a lot of upside.
You know, let's look around the field. You got young Cam Thompson in the 28 car. I mean, this kid was an iRacer racing bone stocks not too long ago. Now he's contending with some of the best out here. You got Matthew Barjay. What a season he had last year in the 119. And then, of course, Andrew Hennessy needs no introduction here at Brighton Speedway. Guys, get set to go. Mike Bowman is the national tour leader coming into tonight. He's going to try and make that one. Actually, no, he's not. Lee Ladisura is. Bowman is close. And we'll get those final points out soon, guys.
Down the back straightaway in tight formation, Hennessy. What could have been better for Andrew Hennessy than front row of heat number 1 on the inside? Matthew Bardier on the outside. Green flag is out for our first Action Sprint Tour heat of the night.
Andrew Hennessy pulls to the early lead. Here comes Bardier on the outside. They'll go wheel to wheel down the back stretch into corner number 3. So these crate sprint cars thunder around this 1/3 Clay.
Matt Billings trying to come through the field from the very back in that 52. Noses to the inside of the Iceman Johnny Miller. Side by side for the race lead. Bardier around the outside of Andrew Hennessy.
Here comes Hennessy back down to the inside line. He did some work on the car and last week took it to Merrittville Speedway. Ran runner-up to Mike Bowman. He's looking to continue the hot hand here tonight in the 87.
Mike Bowman slides up the racetrack as Matt Billings slips on by, moves up to the 5th spot. Now Johnny Miller looking to the inside of Mike Bowman. He'll race him down the back straightaway and drive it deep into turn 3.
Caution flag comes out. We got one around. I believe it's Dan Deo up in corner number 1. We'll bring out the caution flag for the first time here for the Action Sprint Tour. There's Dan Deo in the 115 coming to a stop. We talk about the growth of this division. It started in 2014 at Ohsweken Speedway, and that year 15 different cars competed. This year at Ohsweken Speedway, 61 different cars have been, and that includes 2 years of pandemic. That's rapid growth in this division.
I would say it is, and for good reason. You know, there's a lot of used sprint car chassis available, not enough to feed the division because it's grown so much, but there was equipment out there. The crate engines are pretty accessible. You've got to have them changed over, but it allows racing parents who you might see with kids racing on the infield oval and go-karts an appealing option to go racing on the big track.
Yeah, it definitely is. And as Clint mentioned, a lot of names that have made their way up through. And we see a number of them tonight that are making up our 360 field, like Alan Downey and And Darren Dryden making that jump up this year, and it's been a feeder system. Liam Martin made it up through that division. Holly Porter, that she's not here tonight, but just another driver that's
Dylan Westbrook.
Yeah, and Dylan Westbrook, as both you and Clint mentioned, Dylan's here tonight, all making their way through the crates.
Well, guys, just as we get ready to get the white flag here, I want to mention here's your national point standings come in tonight. Matt Billings leads, Adam Turner, Lee Ladouceur, Josh Burney Jr., Matthew Barjay, Ryan Poole, then Brian Anicook, Mike Bowman, Andrew Hennessy, and Evan Reynolds. The big thing that I see here, guys, with the National Tour starting at Brockville with the first two events, a lot of the East drivers are in this national points title, and you got Matt Billings, Adam Turner, and Lee Ladouceur out here trying to go for the top 3 points, and they are separated by 10 markers coming into tonight's event.
It'll come all the way down to the wire as Matthew Barjay going to string them 2, 3, and 4. Don't pass before you get to the cone. Don't hit the poor cone.
And clean and green they go. Barjay, your leader. Hennessy staying tucked right on his tail tank. They stretch it away a little bit from Peltier.
Halfway through this qualifier, Barjay launches out to a lead as Johnny Miller slides up across the nose of the 71 of Mike Bowman. Andrew Hennessy building some daylight between himself and Darryl Peltier running in third. Matt Billings picking off another one in the 52.
Down the backstretch goes Barjay, pulling away from Hennessy. Here comes Billings now for that third spot. Down to the inside of Peltier. Getting so close to those implement tires there.
And Dale Curran, far from giving up. He's headed up to the outside to try to make some momentum the long way around. Billings drives it deep into 3. He'll pick up another one, and Curran just about got it too far sideways in the entry of 3.
Final time around for Barjay. Hennessy in the second spot. Billings holding down third. Here comes Johnny Miller. He's looking for the 5th spot. He'll squirt by Curran as Barjay will pick up the win over Hennessy. Then it's Billings, Peltier, Miller, and then Curran, Bowman, Thompson, and Deo.
Quality racing in heat number 1. They'll head over the scales. Matt Billings 9th to 3rd. Not a bad outing for the former modified standout out of Brockville. Push vehicles on the way. They'll send heat race number 2 out onto the racetrack. Here's how they're going to line up, folks. On the pole out of Alexandria, the 51L is Lee Ladouceur. Second from Brockville, the 00 is Ryan Poole. Third from Mossley, the 3S is Austin Rose. Fourth from Wainfleet, the 85C is Cam McKinnon. Starting 5th from Listowel, the 97 is Sheldon Bender. 6th in the 88 from Brantford, Lance Erskine. 7th from Brockville, the 13 is Evan Reynolds. 8th from Oswego, the 77E is Ashton Van Every. And rounding out the field from Caister Center, the 11W is Josh Robertson.
3 heats in total here tonight for the Action Sprint Tour presented by Pinty's. Still to come after this, the Vanderland Building Products late models, followed by the Lawns We Do 360 sprint cars, and the Bainers Oil Guard Anti-Rust Canadian Modifieds will run 5th here tonight.
An action-packed card.
Don't forget to be back tomorrow night. 6 o'clock is the start time on the Sunday show. These two same 360 and Action Sprint Tour divisions will be here. Thunderstocks along with the Comp 4 and the Stingers.
Matt Billings' machine taking a little while at the scales. Clint, everything good there with the 52?
Well, they're calling Matt Billings back to the scales here, so I'm not sure what's up, but they've just told him to bring it back around.
Now, Matt being the veteran that he is, I almost would have thought he'd come up the scales from the other direction. You know, if there's a question, you've got to do something different. Get on the scale the other. They'll generally give you a couple opportunities if things don't quite line up right. Clinton Jeffrey right there with the digital readout.
Yeah, there was a situation with the scale, Adam. It was a bit sketchy there, so they reset it, asked him to come back across. He was well to the good.
Fantastic.
I want to thank Rock 107, Quinny's Classic Rock, Mystical Distributing, and Rapid Rad bringing us this Labor Day Classic weekend.
How exciting is this for you, Greg? 3 nights in a row we get to sit side by side.
Thrilling. I'm all a tingle.
Did I tell you I was about
heartburn?
Did I tell you about the T-shirt I saw in New York City?
No.
I'm at a bagel shop in New York City, and I look over my shoulder, and there's a fellow looking straight ahead. He reminded me of you. Glasses on, not a lot of expression on his face, and I look down at his T-shirt, and it says National Sarcasm Society. I said, man, that shirt is epic. Didn't even look my way. He kept looking straight ahead, no expression on his face. That means the world to me. Like, man, he lives it. He doesn't just wear it, he lives it.
He lives it.
I should have made him an offer and brought it back for you. Lee Ladiseur on the inside of row number 1. Ryan Poole on the outside. Charge down into turn number 1. Ladiseur out in front. Cam McKinnon with a nice run up on the high side in that 85C.
Here comes the General Lee Ladiseur. He'll lead lap number 1. Rose and Poole at it for the second spot. Bender there trying to hold off the charge of McKinnon. As they thunder back down the back stretch another time, Ladiseur continuing to lead this one.
Ashton Van Every to the inside of Lance Erskine, deeper in the field, couldn't make that stick. He falls back in line. Austin Rose trying to close the gap on the race leader. Let's see who's quicker at the stripe. Austin Rose is quicker, but by 17 thousandths of a second. He's going to have to pedal harder than that.
Halfway home in this for Ladiseur over Rose and Poole. Bender holding down 4th over McKinnon. Here comes Ashton Van Every working on the back end of Lance Erskine in that 88 machine.
The field slightly strung out as Ashton Van Every just about tagged the wall at the exit of turn number 4. Ladiseur out in front. That car is on a rail. He leads them through 1 and 2. Austin Rose trying to keep pace, but now Rose about 0.4 of a second slower than race leader Lee Ladiseur. That car just looks mint.
Yeah, Lee having a phenomenal year so far in the Eastern standings. Winner of the Eastern Championship at the Brockville, Ontario Speedway. And here he comes with a checkered flag. Picks up the win.
Rose finishes second. Third to the 00 of Ryan Poole. 4th to Sheldon Bender. 5th to Cam McKinnon. So Ryan Poole didn't have a transponder working there. All he did until lap 5, and then either it died or
it's somewhere out on the track.
It fell off.
Guys, as we see that 88 car go by for Lance Erskine, what a run he had last night. The kid is going to knock one down soon. Just got a message from his sponsors. Hey, it's Curtis Connell, owner of Connell's Construction and main sponsor of Lance. Just want to let you guys know this is my home track, and if you can say hi to me, that'd be great. So, hey, we appreciate you helping out these teams and making it work, and it's great when guys from, the Hamilton area can pick up sponsors from the Brighton area.
Absolutely. That's what I was going to say, Clint. Not only will we say hi, but we'll say thanks so much for getting behind a quality young man in Lance Erskine. Talk about a racing family. I don't even know. You couldn't count on one hand the number of relatives that Lance Erskine has who have raced. Between the Erskines and the Lemaires, I mean, there's a lot. Heat race number 3 going to line up like this. On the pole from Oswego, the 9C is Brian Nanicoke. Alongside him in the 19M from London is Will March. Third from St. Catharines, the 2S is Al Slate. Fourth from Kitchener, the 50LS is Adrian Staley. Fifth from Cherry Valley, the 9 is Adam Turner. Sixth from Richmond, Quebec, the 55 is Jeffrey Ware. Seventh from Ottawa, the M52 is Mark Supernet. And rounding out the field from Roslyn, the 4K is Jamie Kay. What a great mix of drivers we have. Just quickly counting, looks like about 14 of them from the west and the other half from the east. It doesn't get a whole lot more even than that. Some drivers is kind of hard to judge. You got a driver like Dale Curran from Bowmanville who races with us at Ohsweken on a regular basis. But exciting to see drivers from both ends of Lake Ontario up to St. Lawrence.
You know, Adam, we see Al Slate getting pushed off here in the number 2. He is a rookie up with the crate sprints this year. He drove Sportsman in a lot of the other classes. He said, great season to everybody last week, and he said, I told my wife I was only racing the West Tour, and the guy said, well, you got to talk to her and get out, and he must have done some good because he's out here tonight.
Clint, I don't get back to the pit area, so I don't get a good sense of the field, but this seems very much to me like a club situation. Oh, our pole sitter Brian Nanicoke comes to rest on the front straightaway.
You know, Adam, we have so many different new drivers coming into this group with the Action Sprint Tour and the crate sprints, and the best thing we hear is what a good group it is. It's almost like a family. They joke with each other, they take care of each other, and the best compliment we can get as tour officials is how great everybody is to race with here on the Action Sprint Tour.
Absolutely true, and the accolades for some of these drivers for where they were before they made it to the Action Sprint Tour. We've got champions from all sorts of disciplines of motorsports.
I think that's the other thing that's been surprising about the crate sprint division is how many diverse drivers have come in from different areas, as you mentioned. You know, we've had drivers from every series you could imagine trying this out. And we haven't just pilfered one to build it. They've kind of come from all over. And especially down here in the east, we're talking Brockville, Can-Am, to have drivers like Ryan Poole and Andrew Hennessy and Adam Turner and Matt Billings jump into the crate sprints. And Lee Ladissour, I mean, that guy's raced everything too. Really validates what we've got going on here with this tour.
You know, it's serious when Brett Meinecker comes out to check things out. A meeting of the minds on the front straightaway. The fact that the wheels are pointed as far to the left as they are is kind of bizarre to me. There goes Nanicoke. He'll get pushed off, and depending on the story he told the officials, if it's a safety item, if the belts have come off, if the steering wheel isn't indexed properly, they will generally give the driver their spot back. If it's not a safety issue, you only get pushed off once. If you need a second push, you go to the back.
It was a safety issue. His belts had come loose, so they are going to do the right thing, let him get the belts back on, and Brian doing the smart thing, letting them know.
It's a good rule.
Well, if it wasn't, racers are their own worst enemy. They would just race without their belts.
Their potential is there, Clinton. Having been in a race car, you feel naked. If your belts aren't tight, you just feel so exposed. I don't know if you could drive.
Boy, I hope you got your belts on tonight.
They'll be the first to know, big boy.
Here we go. Green flag off of corner 4. Brian Nanakoke will set the pace, and off they go.
Nanakoke leads the way. Al Slate with an aggressive move in turn number 1. It's going to pay off as he takes that second spot into turn 3.
Nanakoke and Slate now over Marsh. And Turner in the 9 machine, Staley in the 50. Here they come. Good little battle between 3 cars as they go down into corner number 3.
Adam Turner going to head up the racetrack, try to make a move on Will Marsh. He thinks about rolling the outside, runs out of racetrack at the exit of turn number 4. He'll set that move again in turn 2, getting ever closer down the backstretch.
Yeah, Turner riding right out there along the outside. Busy guy here tonight doing triple duty in the crate sprint. He's in the modified and the late model.
Once he bobbled there in turn 4, he immediately went down to sort of a more traditional Brighton line right around the bottom to regroup, collect his thoughts. Now he's going to take another run as we reach the halfway point out front. Nanakoke about to have company with Al Slate in that white number 2.
Here they come off of 4. Slate looking low on the bottom there. He'll tuck back in behind Nanakoke down into corner number 1. The battle is definitely on for the top spot. And here's the battle with Turner in there with Staley, Marsh, and that 55 machine as well have Jeffrey Weir.
It's fun to watch Staley. So Adam Turner keeps taking swings at the March machine, but every time he misses, that allows Staley to roll in closer. Now Staley draws alongside the 9. Great 3-car battle for the 3rd spot.
White flag is out. Here comes Slate. Throws it down in deep down in corner number 1. But Nanakoke's going to get a good run up off the corner in number 2 and see if he can pick up another heat race win here tonight.
Side by side for 3rd into the corner. Nanakoke going to take the win over Slate. Who's going to get 3rd? Turner, March, Staley. And then the 55 of Jeffrey Ware, the 4K of Jamie Kay, and then Supernet in the M52.
And just like that, qualifying completed for the Action Sprint Tour.
Al Slate rolling onto the scales. Jack getting us a great view there. "26 cars in attendance, but only 24 cars start the A main. There was some talk about adding 2 and starting 26. I'm not sure where that conversation wound up. But we will find. I don't think 26. I don't think they all started their heat race, though, now that I think of it.
I believe Jamie Turner had trouble traveling here with that other 11 car. Adam, I believe that's the story we've heard. He would have been the 26th car. I believe we're at 25. Mark had told him that the driver's meeting would start all 25 and forgo the B main. If we have 26, we will run the B main. So we were going to wait till the end of the heats. I'll have news on that in about 3 minutes for you.
That guy's, he's handy to have around, isn't he?
A lot handier than you. That's
You only say that when I have the answers you want right now.
Well, yeah.
You weren't saying that when I brought you a sweater an hour ago.
If I said the same thing every day, it'd get kind of boring.
Sorry, you don't know what we say about you while you're at your NASCAR job all day and we're here.
I know what you say to me to my face. I can only imagine.
I'm not scared.
Ain't scared.
Vanderland Building Products late models onto the racetrack. Greg Bellier will line up on the pole for this one. And Adam Turner, who's making the swap between the crate and the late model. He's over there in the infield. You can see him getting buckled in the OFG late model. Starting 3rd, Charlie Sandercock in the 57. To his outside will be Ryan Lambert in the 41. David Vandertorn in the 33. And Brett Hope in the 49 will start in that 6th spot. So just getting some lights shone there in the situation for Adam Turner so he can get buckled in. Busy night tonight between the crate sprint, the late model, and the Canadian modifieds. So the easiest switch for him will be the Canadian modifieds. He'll have the 360s running between the late models and the Canadian modifieds to make that switch. But between the crates here and this late model, it's going to be a busy night for Adam to get back and forth. And he wants it to be as busy as possible in the crate because that means he won. if he's got to get to victory lane and do all of that and hold things up even more, that's his ultimate goal here tonight.
And to me, there's nothing better than seeing drivers jump from one division to another. And it's even better when they don't leave the one, right? He didn't leave late models.
Yeah.
He's running a crate sprint and a late model. Yeah. So fun to see drivers switch disciplines. I always enjoyed when Charlie Sandercock had come down and race the sprint car.
Yep. Multifaceted drivers. Talk about 3 different types of cars that drive totally different, though.
Yeah. That's very true, isn't it?
Here we go. Ready to go to the green flag off of corner number 4 with Bellier and Turner on the front row. Sandercock, Lambert, row 2. Vandertoorn and Hope back in row 3.
Side by side, Bellier got on the loud pedal first. Adam Turner was up to the challenge. He'll lead the way down the backstretch. Sandercock looking for the second spot into 3.
He'll dive down to the inside, right around those implement tires. Checks by the Excel Tower Service 25 of Bellier, setting his sights on Turner. But here comes Bellier fighting back on the outside. Power move there.
Did he ever? What a run through 1 and 2 for Bellier on the high side. Looking to repeat it in 3 and 4, and he will. Bellier with the second spot at the stripe.
Sandercock fighting back in the bottom, but Bellier is so good up on the high side of corner number 2. Edges ahead. Here comes Sandercock back on the bottom another time as they work off the corner. 5 laps left in this one. Great side-by-side battle for that second spot. All behind Adam Turner, your leader, is checked out on these 2.
Couple of drivers who are true gentlemen off the racetrack and outside the race car. When they strap those helmets on, they become fierce competitors. Look at Vandertoorn closing in that 33 to make this a 3-car battle for the second spot.
Yeah, he kind of snuck up in there in that 33, and here he is now to the inside of Bellier as Sandercock begins to pull away from Greg Bellier just a little bit. Vandertoorn sticking with him.
Oh, Bellier up towards the creek on the back straightaway. That allows Vandertoorn to get by. Charlie Sandercock is pulled away. Now it's a matter of Brian Lambert, and if he can get close enough to make a move on Greg Bellier.
And here comes Lambert. He'll grab it again. And as good as Greg Bellier was in the opening laps in 2, that's been what's biting him here in the back half of this heat.
Final time around. Look at Sandercock closing in on Adam Turner. Almost blew it off the back straightaway. Final time through 3 and 4. It's going to be Turner for the win.
Boy, Sandercock close at that. Finishes second over Vandertoorn. And then it's Lambert, Bellier, and Hope. Lots of action there in that first qualifying heat for the Vanderland Building Products late models. 2 more heats still to come. 18 cars here this evening. Great field of cars in all divisions.
Good to see this division alive and well down here. A lot of great local talent. They travel well, too.
That they do. Fortunately, the Northeast Late Model Alliance race up at Oshwegan a couple of weeks ago got washed away, but we had the Open versus the Crate race earlier on in the year, and they put on a great show anytime they're in town. And good first qualifying heat as Group 2 comes out. Heat race number 2 on the pole for this one. Rob Hood in the 39 to the outside. Kaylee Weiss in the 77. Lining up in the 3rd spot, there's Slim Brian McDonald in the 151. And Nate Rinaldi in the 3 to the outside, starting in 4th. 5th is Anthony Rinaldi in the 73. And Brad Rayner in the 55 will line up in 6th.
Do you think the Rinaldi brothers like being in the same heat race? Or would they rather stay as far apart as possible?
Let's just get to the feature and then worry about it, right?
Do you think Mrs. Rinaldi likes both Rinaldi boys in the same heat, or does she like them to stay as far apart as possible?
I'm going to guess as far apart as possible.
Tough looking start there, but Kaylee Weiss takes the lead through 1 and 2. Rinaldi in the 2nd spot. I can see the flagman's on the radio. They're having a conversation. I believe they're going to let that start stand. Here comes Rinaldi to the outside of Weiss.
Side by side through corner number 1. Rinaldi on the outside. Weiss on the bottom. She'll stay ahead down the back stretch into corner number 3. Slim Brian McDonald right behind them, riding in that third spot. Feeling some pressure now from Brad Rayner in the 55.
Nate Rinaldi again with a good run to the high side. He seems a little quicker in 1 and 2 compared to Weiss than 3 and 4. Weiss seems to be getting a better run off of turn number 4, but now Rinaldi able to get position to the outside. Can he clear Weiss off of 2?
Try it again then. Great run off of 2 there. Put Rinaldi to the top spot, but Weiss is going to charge back on the bottom. This time by 4 on the board. 4 to go. Rinaldi, your leader.
Brian McDonald closing in on Kaylee Weiss. He's choosing to run up on the high side. That car is set up intentionally loose. Those wheels are turned hard to the right once he gets into the corner, and they stay turned hard to the right all the way to the straightaway.
It's all Nate Rinaldi. Now the challenge for the second spot is on. Kaylee Weiss holding on, but here comes Brian McDonald on the outside line. He's trying to make a charge as it'll be 2 laps left to go.
Weiss leaving that lane to the outside. She's content down the bottom of the racetrack. Lots of room to the high side, but it's the long way around, so it's challenging. But Brian McDonald carrying a lot of speed up there on the high side.
And he'll grab the second spot at the line. It's 1 lap left to go for Nate Rinaldi. Now over Brian McDonald. Caution comes out. We got one around Anthony Rinaldi around in corner number 4. And that will put us under the caution flag with 1 lap left to go.
Looks like a pretty innocent spin. I don't see any Uke tires have been moved on the inside. And Rinaldi will drive away and join the tail end of the field.
One more qualifying heat to go for the Vanderland Building Products late models. That'll be followed by 3 qualifying heats for the Lawns We Do 360 Sprint Car Series. And then the Bayners Oil Guard and Rust Control Canadian Modifieds will run their heats.
Just a program note, guys, they have foregone the B main for the Action Sprint Tour. We will start all 25 tonight. We will be dropping the B main for the AST.
Green flag goes up in the air along with the white flag. One more trip around to decide the winner. And can Slim get it done now on Nate Rinaldi?
Rinaldi takes the lead right off the hop, and then Slim moved right to the bottom of the racetrack. He left the line. He'd been running that whole race. It's going to be Rinaldi taking the win.
Brian McDonald will finish in second over Kaylee Weiss, and it's Brad Rayner. And Anthony Rinaldi. Rob Hood will get credit for the 6th spot. So 2 heats in the books. Nate Rinaldi picks up the win. Top cars will go across the scale. Top 3. And weigh in.
999 laps showing on the scoreboard. I would have thought it was just like 8 laps.
Third heat on the pole. Steve Baldwin in the 5. James Seymour in the 05 will start on the outside. Row number 2, Brandon Mowat in the 46 starts 3rd. Rich Sanders in the 21 will roll off 4th. Kyle Sopaz in the 11 car starts 5th. And Austin King in the 89 will start in 6th.
Who's missing? If I was paying attention, I probably could have picked out who was missing.
I was looking at the lineup, so Baldwin's there, Seymour's there, Mowat's there, Rich Sanders is missing.
I knew we'd get there.
The Chicken Man, the Colonel.
Why do they call him the Chicken Man?
Sanders, Colonel Sanders.
Okay, I get it. What's the matter, Colonel Sanders?
Now I'm hungry for fried chicken.
Chicken? I got off the highway this morning. I was going to Canadian Tire Motorsport Park. And I could smell KFC, but it was really early in the morning. I'm thinking, you know what? There's such thing as too early for fried chicken.
There is.
The 11 herbs and spices, you're going to have to wait.
I disagree, Adam.
You drink Pepsi for breakfast.
I'm just saying, I call bull. If I brought chicken at 9 a.m., you're grabbing a piece.
Well, yeah. Okay.
Hey, have you tried the new KFC flavored chips? They're out there, boys.
Oh, yeah. I've had a couple bags already. Not going to lie.
I have not. Not saying I wouldn't, saying I haven't.
Steve Baldwin out in front over Brandon Mowat as lap number 1 goes on the board.
Baldwin opening up over Mowat. 10 car lengths, nearly half a straightaway here in the early laps.
Baldwin always one to beat here at Brighton. In that beautiful black, number 5 comes off of corner number 4. Complete lap number 3 over Brandon Mowat, another top runner here every week.
It's the challenging thing here. There's so many drivers that could get it done on a given night. I mean, it's a deep, deep field of late model drivers as we reach the halfway of this heat race.
4 in, 4 to go for Steve Baldwin as he sails it down the back stretch. Mowat a good distance back, but he's got breathing room between the 3 cars from third on back. Seymour, Sopaz, and Austin King. And you look at especially Sopaz and King, who have a lot of laps here. Those are some pretty good competitors that you could still see them winning tonight's feature, even though they're struggling a little bit here in this heat.
And this track will change quite a bit between now and feature time, so who's fast now might not be the fast cars later on. Is the white flag going to fly this time off of turn number 4? Baldwin, wow, that was a long fireball under the exhaust of that number 5.
And that's traditional for Steve Baldwin, too. I know my dad, Dale Kellnan, the photographer, has got a number of shots from last year, and right in that position, fired it up, makes for a cool shot, and Steve Baldwin will fire it up to a win in this third and final qualifying heat over Brandon Mowat, James Seymour, Kyle Sopaz, and Austin King. So that concludes qualifying for the Vanderland Building Products late models, and now it's time for the Lawns We Do 360 sprint cars.
Let's go down to Clinton Jeffrey for a track report on the back straightaway.
Thanks a lot, Adam. You know, these guys have done a fabulous job. John French and the crew here do an amazing job weekly. This Brighton surface is picture perfect. Still a lot of bite in it. No big ripples all the way to the top. It is smooth, guys. We have a great surface here tonight. I think it's going to hold up. The weather's a little bit cool. It's going to be a perfect night and a perfect track here at Brighton.
Thank you, Clinton Jeffrey. That's a great shot.
No one logs more laps around this track than John French and preparing this racetrack. But the problem is all those laps have made him dizzy. He's a Canadiens fan. Poor guy.
I like Canadians.
Sorry, Canadien. Those Canadians.
Hawk Tui.
The one with the toilet bowl lid emblem. You know, those ones.
Yeah, I understand.
As I get angry fans coming to the tower. 3 qualifying heats tonight for the Lawns We Do 360 Sprint Cars Series. As the first group will get pushed out into the staging area on the back stretch. And a good mixture of top runners here tonight. And this track is a great equalizer. You can have some of the top teams with the top speed win on any given night here, but you can get some of the teams that maybe don't have as much into their motor, into their car, come up and win a race here. And that's the great thing about Brighton Speedway. You never know what to expect here when the sprint cars are in town. Starting lineup for heat race number 1, lining up on the pole in the 15T. That'll be Ryan Turner out of Dunnville. To his outside from Oshweek in the 77T is Tyler Paulus. Scheduled to line up in the third spot is Josh Hansen in the 88H, but he took a tumble over in hot laps off of corner number 2. Not sure if he'll make it out. Dale Goslin in the 3G lines up 4th. Alan Downey in the 19D from Hamilton, he'll line up 5th. And in the 11J, Chris Jones from Picton, he'll start 6th. Starting 7th from London, it's Mike Farrell in the 15, and the Joyceville Jet, Rick Wilson, lines up 8th in the 42W. So it would appear to me that Josh Hansen is done for the night. And I missed the flip. There was definite front-end damage to the 88H, but I did not catch the actual flip itself to see how badly it came down, so I did not get a look at how bad that was. Clint?
Did you get a message that they were done, or are we just assuming?
Well, I'm just saying he's not out here for the heat, so I don't know that he's done, but he's definitely done for this qualifying heat. I don't see him out there.
Yeah, I just wanted to address that. With 24 cars, we don't have a full field or exactly a full field. They still have the opportunity to keep working on that car and would be able to start tailing the feature if they decide to get it back together.
Correct.
Seeing as how Ryan Turner's crew made repairs yesterday after damage in practice and then changed an engine in 15 minutes after the heat race, I don't count anybody out these days. And Dylan Westbrook and crew made repairs after his violent flip in turn 4 to get him back on the track.
He stayed ahead of the lap cars, and when Mikey Krutchka dropped out, picked up a spot. So that's, he's long ways out of a championship for Dylan Westbrook, but those are championship-type runs last night when you keep at it. Here we go with the first qualifying heat of the night for the 360 sprints. Wow.
Ryan Turner down the back straightaway leading the way. Tyler Powless pouring the power on as well. They race into turn number 3. Turner with the advantage. Powless on his tail.
Under the 360 sprints, you can hear them, and Tyler Powless, boy, he charged ahead of Ryan Turner there for a moment, and he was quickest in hot laps earlier tonight with a 12.5 second lap.
Rick Wilson screaming the outside of the track in that 42 machine. Chris Jones gets around on the inside as Ryan Turner opens some daylight between himself and Powless.
Turner completes lap number 3 as the leader. Powless settled into the second spot right now over Dale Goslin. Then you've got Alan Downey and one off the banking. That's going to be the Joyceville Jet going around, and that will put us under the caution flag. So the Draper Doors 42W of Rick Wilson ends up off the banking in corner 2, puts us under the caution flag with 4 on the board, 4 to go.
Have a look at the replay here on GeForce TV. He just blew it down into the corner and just missed. Just missed the cushion. Fairly innocent slide and spin. Comes to rest, pointing backwards on the outside of turn 2. They should be able to go out there and rescue him, push him back onto the racing surface, and refire the Joyceville Jet.
So those watching tonight, you can watch the broadcast on YouTube for those in the stands here this evening. You go to YouTube, look up GeForce TV. You got to have a good data package if you're going to stream the entire show. But if you want to go back and watch some of the replays here tonight, you can do that on your cell phone. Or you can tether off Adam Ross's phone, and I will give you the passcode to that. And
you're still bitter.
Free Wi-Fi.
All these years later, you're still bitter.
Text it to me.
And rightfully so. I did tether. I thought you had some sort of image factor package, some mega data.
No. I had a mega bill at the end of the month, but that was about it.
Was it more or less than a steak dinner?
Just on principle alone, it's nowhere near the value of that steak dinner.
No, it's not.
Nothing will beat that.
For those of you scoring at home, I want to bet fair and square from Greg Calnan. How many years has it been, Greg?
Oh, it's got to be 7 years now at least.
And we both agreed. Adam, you won the bet. We made the bet. It was Adam won the bet. The steak was a steak dinner. And because we can't spend that much time at a table facing each other.
That's exactly it.
It's not going to happen.
Can I just skip the dishes this meal to you, or?
Yes.
Just can't even skip the dishes. We'll find out. Here we go, back to the green flag with 4 laps left to go for Ryan Turner. Tyler Powless in tow. Boy, did he take off.
Good launch for Ryan Turner out in front. Tyler Powless reassumes the position, trying to track him down. Dale Goslin holding on to that 3rd spot.
I love this shot of the cars rocketing from the infield down into corner number 1. We saw on the restart there. Just shows you how much speed they carry on this 1/3 of a mile clay oval. It's a tight bull ring, but they are on it.
Silly speed. Tyler Powless not losing a lot of ground to Ryan Turner. Turner having his way with the field out there as we've got one off the outside. Oh, we have splashdown. Did he make it to the drink, or was that a dirt?
No, I think that was water we saw. So the Joyceville Jet. I believe we saw the big splash off of corner number 2. And he's in the creek back there. Safety crew on the scene very quickly. We'll keep the cars under the caution flag, but things slowed down so we can get the safety crew there as fast as possible. And Clint Jeffries scooting across the track here. This is workout weekend for Clint. No vehicle to
he's getting
rip
his
him
steps
around.
in.
Well, guys, it is down in the creek here, in the weeds, in the bulrushes, and in the water. Now they're trying to pull short straws to see who gets the soakers. And it's Brett.
Wow.
Now he needs help to get back out of the creek himself. And I hope Spencer's showing this right now.
Oh yeah, he is.
Jack, don't you fall in the creek, too. Oh.
Whoa. Watch your footing.
So they're trying to get it hooked up and get it out of gear by rocking it here so they can tow it out. Just watch the cable's going to come your way, Jack. Just step to the side and...
Yeah, don't be in the line of fire for that cable.
How many times has Rick been in the drink here at Brighton? Once or two I know of.
The previous version is where the new pits are off of 1 and 2. He was kind of center of those pits. There was standing water there for a long time a few years back, and he got down in there, and the Joyceville Jet turned into the Sea-Doo that night, and here he is again tonight.
The water wasn't standing when Rick Wilson was at about 4,000 RPM.
And you talk about a Darlington stripe. This has become a thing here over the years. A number of drivers that have gone into the Brighton drink.
Jack, zoom over here. Just pan to me, Jack. No, look at the creek's right here. I'm pointing to the creek right here. So you can see how the creek is running right there, and Rick is actually in the water as it runs right over there.
Great exposure for Draper doors. So they slowly pull the 42W up out of the water.
Well, yeah, you have a berm there right in a bank, and they don't want to rip the front end out by just dragging it into the bank. So slowly getting it up, and it looks like it's going to be all right here. Now they got to pull it right up over the berm.
This will be the biggest thing caught out of that stream ever.
Actually, it might be better exposure for Docs R Us.
Well, I believe that is Rick's profession. He's in some sort of marine, I believe it's in some sort of barge service or dock service as well. So this is not the way he wanted to go into the water tonight.
I don't see anything wrong with the car, guys. So I wouldn't be surprised they just push him off here.
Look at Brett's pants. They're a little wet on the bottom. Poor Brett.
Like a dog that's just come out of the creek. They got to untie the cable, start him up so he can shake the water off.
Rick, are you okay? You going to go back to it?
Yeah, my throttle's sticking, so I can't get my foot underneath there to lift it up. I just put this engine in, and must be a wire tie hanging up or something, but not cool, but yeah, whatever.
Are you going to get pushed off or go back to the pits?
I'll go back and fire back up.
Yeah, throttle's sticking. Just give her, right, Rick?
Yeah.
There you have Rick Wilson, guys. Hey, Brett, your pants are wet.
Rick Wilson, one of the characters of the sport. I have always loved the energy that Rick Wilson has. Like, it's a playful energy, but he is a beast on the racetrack.
Oh, he is, and I mean...
Okay, hold on. I got to cut you off. Rick just asked for a rag, and Brett took off his coat to give it to him. That's a good track official right there. Drawing off his visor with his sleeve. You're a good man, Brett, no matter what the Rinaldis say about you.
His visor smells like Brett now.
Okay, we got to get across.
Throttle sticking, are you staying out? If Rick had said no, I would have been totally disappointed. That is not the Rick Wilson we would know. That's awesome.
So most of these, I'm trying to picture a dirt throttle. Clinton, does a dirt throttle have a loop over top the foot and below the foot?
Typically, they will have, it's two straight bars that come perpendicular to your foot. So you're going to put your foot down one bar, but it will have another bar across the top of your foot that you should be able to lift it up with your foot should it stick. And
like Rick says, it's probably just a zip tie or something. So when he lifts it up, it's not like the spring isn't working, he can just pull it back. It's jammed. So he has to physically really reef on it to get it back up.
And fans, when he comes by, how about you make some noise for Wet Ricky Wilson?
The Joyceville jet boat, Rick Wilson.
One lap left to settle this one. Single file past the restart cone, so we'll see the green and white flag at the same time for this. Ryan Turner leads Tyler Powless and Dale Goslin back to the straight.
One lap shootout. Rick wasn't going to lift anyhow. Ryan Turner launches down the back straightaway. Rick Wilson edges to the outside of Mike Farrell. Runs out a racetrack for the win. It'll be Ryan Turner.
Tyler Powless second, Dale Goslin third over Chris Jones, Alan Downey, Mike Farrell, and Rick Wilson. Whoa! Well, he got to the end, and they'll get that fixed, I'm sure.
You would think the car has a reverse for as far backwards as it rolls.
So Ryan Turner rolls across the scales. Heat 1 into the record books for the Lawns We Do 360 sprint cars.
What a job by that crew last night. As we mentioned, they had to repair damage after the practice session. And then broken engine in the heat race. Not sure how severe it was, if it was a complete failure, but they had to pull another motor and drop it in about 15 minutes. They were able to make that switch, and he drove from the back of the field.
I feel like Ryan is someone we don't talk about enough, considering the year he had last year. He's had a very solid year here in 2023. 2 Nationals wins last year, of course, with 2 different teams, and since joining this Nitro 54 team, he's just been consistently in the thick of it for wins night in and night out, and he's kind of like a NASCAR equivalent, Matt Kenseth. Always there, always like a superstar, but maybe not the one that you talk about the most. But Ryan Turner is certainly in the upper echelon.
And the points leader, right, at Oswego Speedway. Which
not anymore.
Oh, did Bowman take the lead?
He did.
It's the kind of season, though, that Mike Bowman is done what Ryan Turner did last year and won the big money shows. Mike Bowman in 2 different sprint car divisions. Taking a little bit of the spotlight away, but
so 1 heat in, 2 to go for the 360 sprints. I want to thank Lawns We Do for their support of these 360 sprint cars here in 2023. Putting a purse together, points fund. And 2 nights of great racing here on the Labor Day Classic. Heat number 2 is going to line up like this on the pole, doing double duty today. He's been racing with the NASCAR Pinty Series at Canadian Tire Motorsport Park, but he's here with his sprint car tonight. There's weekend flyer Glenn Stiers. Lining up on his outside from Caster Center in the 11, that'll be Jamie Turner. Starting in third from Binbrook, the live wire, Liam Martin in car number 9. And starting in the 4th spot, that's Tricky Nicky. Nick Sheridan in the 45 from Mount Bridges. Starting in position number 5, and I love to see this car, the Paul Peconin scheme on that. Car number 98, Evan Reynolds out of Brockville in the 98 tonight. He'll start 5th. And starting 6th out of Picton in the 84, Tyler Rand. Lining up 7th out of Lefroy in car number 25, the wily one, Warren Mahoney. And lining up in the 8th position is the driver to St. Catharines, the 46 of Kevin Pauls. So 8 cars, 8 laps the distance for the 360 sprints, heat number 2.
Glenn Stiers was not the only one in this heat race who spent the day at Canadian Tire Motorsport Park. Nick Sheridan working on the legendary motorsport crew. So Gary Clute, Ryan Clute, and Peter Clute. He was down there working away all day long. I think he said Liam Martin was going to put heat in the motor for him, and he was going to get here as soon as he could to get behind the wheel of that 45. Sheridan had a great run last night. He was in contention for the win, but his bleeder failed, and he basically finished the race on a flat left rear tire. He said under the red flag, he lost all the air pressure in that left rear. He says he unhooked his arm restraint to reach back and he could push it down. He knew he was in trouble, but he stayed out there on the racetrack and toughed it out.
He's kind of the next driver on our radar that's on the cusp of winning that hasn't yet. We've had a few of those drivers finally check that box off, but Nick Sheridan's that driver, especially in this division, that is so close to getting that first win. And when it happens, we won't be surprised in the least.
You're exactly right, Greg.
Wow. That's rare.
I choked on it a little bit. Didn't come out clean, I can promise you that. That might be the oldest front row in Ontario sprint racing history.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
I shouldn't say that, but Glenn Stiers and Jamie Turner both had lengthy motorsport careers. Still able to get out there and get up on the steering wheel.
This has always been a great track for Glenn Stiers. Starting on the pole on this, we'll see what he can do. Really getting his mojo back and finding his way around the track in the sprint car again since having a bit of time off. Here they go into corner 1, side by side with Jamie Turner. Stiers will scoot away.
A little bit of contact between Nick Sheridan and Jamie Turner. They're both able to correct those cars. They lose a bit of ground to race leader Glenn Stiers, but right back on the loud pedal they go.
Stiers through corner number 2, pulling away from the pack. Jamie Turner will now feel the presence of Nick Sheridan as he'll get by down in corner number 3, set his sights on Stiers.
Sheridan drives it deep down into the corner. He lost a bit of speed on corner exit, which allowed Jamie Turner to close back in. But now he's going to draw away from the 11 machine. Let's see if he can close in on Stiers in the 0.
Sheridan there following Stiers off of corner number 2, but this is the Glenn we're used to seeing at Brighton Speedway. He is hooked up and ripping around this track at the halfway mark. 4 in, 4 to go. Stiers, Sheridan, and Turner. He's got to be feeling good about this third place run.
Great battle deep in the field between Evan Reynolds, Warren Mahoney, and Kevin Pauls. Look at that threesome back there. Swapping spots, swapping lanes. Great little battle as out front Glenn Stiers leads the way with Nick Sheridan slowly closing that gap.
It's fun watching from the drone to see how close some of these drivers get close to those implement tires down in the infield. They play tricks with these drivers throughout the night, and they'll play a factor in the feature as the battle for third. It's Liam Martin will get by Jamie Turner.
Nice move by Liam Martin to cross over Jamie Turner exiting turn 4. White flag is out, 1 more lap to go. Turner trying to fire back on the 9 of Liam Martin.
Here comes Sheridan, and he's right there near the tail tank of Glenn Stiers. He'll throw it down deep in corner number 3. They'll work it off the 4th turn at the line. It's going to be Stiers over Sheridan. 3rd will be Martin. 4th will go to Turner. Then it's Rand and Evan Pauls and Warren Mahoney and Evan Reynolds. Glenn Steyer's heat race win does the wheelie down the front stretch. That's got to feel good for Glenn Steyers. He has a podium finish this year at Ohsweken Speedway and really coming back into his own here in the sprint car.
Celebrated his first top 10 ever in the NASCAR Pinty Series back at Ohsweken Speedway. So a lot of little things adding up that kind of tell us, hey, he's able to get this done. Let's have a look at the replay. Sheridan trying to close in on the final lap, but Steyers was able to hold him off.
One more heat to go. We'll take a quick break here on G-Force TV and be right back.
Get ready to experience the NASCAR Pinty Series Power Hour. Join your host and wingman, Cam K, every Monday night at 7 p.m. on G-Force TV for an hour of non-stop excitement and in-depth analysis of the hottest racing series around. From the latest race highlights to expert analysis and insider commentary, you'll get an exclusive look at everything you need to know about the NASCAR Pinty Series. Tune in for the NASCAR Pinty Series Power Hour, the ultimate destination for race fans everywhere.
You're so tasty. Drive me crazy. Ain't nothing I can do.
Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Our savory potato sides can be prepared any way you like. Serve warm or chilled, as a main or as a side. Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Create your way to great taste.
Welcome back live to Brighton Speedway on G-Force TV. Greg Kelman, Adam Ross, Clinton Jeffrey down trackside, getting ready for heat race number 3 for the Lawns We Do 360 sprint cars. Starting on pole for this one, out of Ohsweken, car 68, that'll be Aaron Turkey. And to the outside, from Freelton, the 12DD, Darren Dryden. Starting in spot number 3 in the 18, that'll be Nathan Jackson. And going off in 4th in the 21K from Grand Island, New York, it's Kyle Phillips. Starting in the 5th spot from Scotland, Ontario, Sean Evans in the 87X. The outside, starting in 6th, is the 10 of Downtown, Mitch Brown. Starting 7th from Scotland in the 47X, D-Dubs, Dylan Westbrook. And going off 8th out of Tilsonburg in the 17X, Corey Turner.
Do we know what put Mitch Brown out last night?
I do not. New chassis for Mitch. Said talked to him a couple of weeks ago. I get all my service done at Brown Auto Service. And went and talked to Mitch, got a new chassis. Said last year he crashed with here. They thought it was okay. And then upon further review, found out the rear end was out askew a little bit. So they went to the old chassis that they had in stock, and then finally last weekend rebuilt this new chassis and got all on it, but not find out what happened at the conclusion of that one. But Mitch trying to find his, this is a really good track for Mitch Brown, and I'm interested tonight to see with the new chassis how things work out for him.
Believe it or not, the chassis, the cheap part of a sprint car.
Yeah.
You know, the bolt-on stuff, the rear end, there's a lot of components that add up and make up the expense of these cars, the engine. But the chassis, as vital as it is not horribly expensive if you want to change something out and find some speed.
Green flag off of 4, final qualifying heat for the 360 sprint cars. Good to see Dylan Westbrook here tonight. He had a lot of work to do today.
Darren Dryden leads them into turn number 3, running the high side. Kyle Phillips going to work down low in that 21 machine. He'll make a pass on Turkey at the exit of turn 4.
Darren Dryden works it down the backstretch, has a good lead over Kyle Phillips in that 21K, the driver to Grand Island, New York. His dad, Tim Phillips, a winner back here many years ago at Brighton Speedway.
Mitch Brown alongside Aaron Turkey. They battle for the third spot into 3 and 4. Still side by side off the fourth turn. Mitch Brown picks up the third spot. But out in front, Darren Dryden having his way with this one. Nearly a full straightaway advantage in the 12 Double D.
4 down, 4 to go for Darren Dryden, the 12 Double D. 10, make that Kyle Phillips in the 21K in the second spot. Mitch Brown trying to close in on him. He's found some speed down on the inside.
Battle for second heating up as Mitch Brown closes in that 21 machine. They've got a bit of a gap back to Aaron Turkey and Dylan Westbrook. D-dubs to the inside of Turkey down the backstretch.
Dylan Westbrook back and forth with Aaron Turkey for that spot. Here's the battle for the second spot as Mitch Brown looks low on Kyle Phillips. They'll work off a 2 and down the backstretch. This time by white flag for leader Darren Dryden.
Mitch Brown trying to close in on Kyle Phillips. Darren Dryden working through 3 and 4 for the final time. He's going to take the heat race win. Phillips going to come home second. Can Mitch Brown hang on to third? He will. Westbrook fourth. Turkey rounds out the top 5.
Turner, Sean Evans, and Nathan Jackson complete the running order in the third and final qualifying heat of the night for the 360 sprint cars. So just 2 qualifying heats left to go for the evening. It'll be for the Bayners Oil Guard Canadian Modifieds. 12 cars in total tonight here for the Canadian Mods. Just a reminder, absolutely no smoking in the grandstand area here. There are different areas in the courtyard. There's standing area down in corner number 1. And behind the turn 4 bar as well. Of course, you have to be 18 years or older to head down there to Harry's, but nonetheless, no smoking in the grandstands here this evening. And if you want to tune in tonight, you can turn into Huck FM, 88.1 FM on the dial. Race monitor, of course. Get that on your cell phone to keep track of all the running orders here this evening. Souvenir booth open for business. We'll have a brief intermission in just a little bit. Some redraws down trackside as well as we get ready for the first qualifying heat of the night for the Canadian Modifieds. Dylan Boyle lines up on the pole in the 50 with Corey Halbert on the outside in the 41. Inside of row number 2, the Cowboy, Dan Price, in the 09 starts in third. Adam Turner, there he is again in the 33. He'll start 4th. 5th is car 5, Wally Alderdice. And Pat McEvoy in the 56 starts in the 6th spot. Eight more laps for this qualifying heat, and it is underway for the Canadian Modifieds. Albert on the outside.
Dan Price bobbled coming to the green flag. Everyone took evasive action down the back straightaway. Corey Halbert leading the way into 3 and 4. Pushes up the racetrack.
Boyle will slip by. He's got Turner right there on his back Nerf bar as they head down into corner number 1. Make that Boyle having that lead now over Halbert. Turner's right there ready to pounce, and Wally Alderdice makes this a 4-car race for the lead.
What a battle up at the front with Boyle down on the inside, but he's not going to lead that lap. It'll be Halbert out front in the 41.
Turner biding his time in that bottom lane. Can't get by the 50 of Boyle with Halbert leading the way as they come off of corner number 4. Definite problems for Dan Price in the 09 here in this qualifier. He's about to see the leaders bear down on him.
Whoa, no he's not. See, sometimes, Greg, you're just wrong.
I was definitely wrong there. Adam Turner made it out.
Excuse me, gentlemen, you can't park there. Looks like an innocent spin, multiple cars down there.
Right front's quite crumpled looking there on the Halbert 41.
Yeah, that's not so innocent.
Let's have a look at the replay as they went down into corner number 1. Albert just goes around in front of Boyle. Boyle checks up, and then Alderdice had nowhere to go and got collected there.
And as often is the case, it's that final piece coming into the mix when Alderdice went in there and tried to get it locked down, but wasn't able to do so. And that's what caused the damage on the right front corner of the Halbert 41.
The A-pillar flying back on the Boyle 50, but that car, I think, is going to be, well, it's got some damage on the right rear. But overall, I think he'll be okay to keep on going. Wally Alderdice, a little bit of tire rub going there on the right rear, but it's Halbert again that gets the worst of it. Clinton Jeffrey on the scene there as Halbert will pull away. Now, maybe it's not as bad as it looked, just the way
I don't think it's good. And my concern would be the first time he drives it into the corner and the car leans over on that right side.
Yeah.
How far is it going to lean?
It's a white flag out. We'll get back to it next time around. 3 on the board, 5 to go. One more qualifier still to come.
Do you ever wish you had context? Like, you ever hear something and wish you could hear the rest of the story? Dolores. Coming back to the green flag, Dylan Boyle going to lead us down to the stripe with Adam Turner on the high side in that 33. Turner swinging around the high side in 1 and 2. Can't quite make the speed. Yes, he can. Down to 3 and 4, they'll continue this battle side by side as they reach the halfway point of this one.
Boyle on the bottom, Turner on the outside. He'll get a great launch off of corner number 2. Turner to the top spot. Alderdice now working on the back end of Boyle in the 50. So it's Turner, Boyle, Alderdice. 56 of McEvoy right now riding in the 4th position. Gets a little high in 1. Dan Price seemed to find, well, I thought he had a little bit more speed, but that car still some issues on the 09.
Well, I think some of it's him trying to get the swing of things out here. He'll still have a big smile on his face because that seems to be what he does. Alderdice working over the back end of the Boyle number 50. He'll head to the outside into 3.
White flag up in the air for the man doing triple duty here tonight, Adam Turner. Boyle and Alderdice continue to duke it out for the 2nd spot. Here's that battle as they go down the backstretch, coming to the checkered flag.
Adam Turner going to cruise to victory in this one. Boyle going to come home 2nd. Alderdice finishing 3rd. Then McEvoy and Dan Price round out the field.
Well, that leaves us with one more qualifying heat to get through here this evening. 6 more cars for the Canadian Modifieds. Brought to you by Boehner's Oil Guard Anti-Rust. Sean Gregory's going to line up on the pole in this one in car number 1. To his outside will be Doug O'Blennis in the 32. Starting 3rd in the 51, Mike Freeman and Bob Green in the 26. He'll go from the 4th spot. Leslie Mowat in the 2 starts 5th, and Ron Watforth in the 40 starts in 6th. I believe down trackside we're going to see redraws for the sprint cars during a intermission session here after the qualifying heats. And then for features tonight, it'll be mini stocks up, followed by the Action Sprint Tour, the late models, 360 sprints, and the Canadian Modifieds, and then Madhouse Performance in the campground.
Like just in general, the campground's going to be a madhouse?
Madhouse? No, this is spelled differently. Madhaus. Madhouse.
It's like a madhouse, only in Lederhosen.
Oh, wow.
No?
No. Green flag off of 4. It's so corny, I'm laughing.
Once in a while, you got to pull out a dad joke.
Gregory and O'Blennis pull away from the rest of the pack. Mike Freeman back there in that 3rd position. As the top 2 now duke it out side by side at the line.
Gregory with the advantage, but O'Blennis matching him move for move, corner for corner as they extend that advantage over Mike Freeman in the 51.
O'Blennis right behind Gregory as they work down the back stretch. Gregory, multi-time winner here at Brighton Speedway, knows how to get it done, and he is clicking the laps off over Doug O'Blennis in second. The best battle right now is this one with Freeman, Watforth, and Mowat. 3rd, 4th, and 5th.
Ooh, Freeman got sideways there in turn number 2. Leslie Mowat aggressively working up the inside, but you had to know she was thinking, I need to avoid him if he gets too loose. Mowat to the inside. She'll take that 3rd spot at the stripe.
4 laps in, 4 to go this time by. It'll be 3 to go for leader Sean Gregory as he's already rolling through corner number 4. O'Blennis keeping pace. He can see him, but he hasn't been able to get back up there to challenge.
No, Sean Gregory quick enough to keep O'Blennis that couple of car lengths back off his rear bumper. The best battle on the track there. 3rd, 4th, and 5th right together through 3 and 4. So we are under yellow. I believe that's Bob Green, isn't it?
Yep. 2 to go. We'll stack them back up and complete this final qualifying heat. Again, we'll be back tomorrow night, 6 o'clock start time. Wansby 360 Sprint Cars Action Sprint Tour presented by Pinty's. We'll also have the Thunderstocks on the card, the Comp 4s, and the Stingers.
Stack them up. 3 rows deep once again. Sean Gregory in the 1, the 32 with Doug O'Blennis will bring them down to the green flag. This time Leslie Mowat going to be right up under the rear bumper of the race leader.
Back to the green they go. O'Blennis going to see what he's got for Gregory. Here comes Watforth. Now Watforth's kind of the wild card in this. He had to start at the back in this qualifying heat. Now he's got a crack at the top too. He sits right down that 3rd spot.
Last time around, Sean Gregory continuing to lead the way. Good restart for Ron Watforth. Gets around Leslie Mowat. O'Blennis right up on the back bumper of Gregory as they work into 3 and 4, but nobody going to be able to challenge the one machine.
Gregory gets the win over O'Blennis, Watforth, Mowat, and then it's Freeman and Green, the finish in that one. So Gregory will pick up the win, and that will conclude all of our qualifying heats for the evening. We'll take a quick break here on G-Force TV.
Introducing the Fleet lineup by CargoEase. Our commercial and Titan Series slide come with weight capacities of 1,500 to 3,000 pounds and features HDPE Ultra Ply Deck, a 1/4-inch rubber mat, 8-inch aluminum side rails, a patented spring release T-handle, and L-hook fasteners. This is the CargoEase Fleet lineup.
Ladies and gentlemen, you came looking for a show. Well, here you go.
Oshrican just races like a big, fast track. You're not not aggressive and you're not willing to make it dicey, you're not passing nobody and you're not going to be fast.
Oh, Victor Bomberry found his limits.
That's unbelievable.
Rev up your engines and get ready for some high-octane action. GeForce TV is your one-stop destination for all the best racing action across Ontario. With free live coverage of the APC Series, Bushwick Speedway, Southern Ontario Sprints, and much more. You won't miss a single moment of the excitement. Whether you're a die-hard fan or a casual viewer, GeForce TV has everything you need to stay up to date on the latest racing news and events. Head to our website at geforcetv.net and start watching today.
Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Our savory potato sides can be prepared any way you like. Serve warm or chilled, as a main or as a side. Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Create your way to great taste.
Early man discovered fire, but Quick Quick perfected fire. Quick Quick is the only fire starter that guarantees to start your campfire, wood stove, or fireplace without the need for kindling or paper. Find your nearest Quick Quick retailer at quickquick.com.
Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Our savory pasta sides can be prepared any way you like. Serve warm or chilled, as a main or as a side. Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Create your way to great taste.
When your dream car becomes a nightmare, leaving you frustrated, stranded, and broke, you say,
Goodbye, you piece of Let's take it to TKC.
What? You gotta pee?
TKC!
Let's take this piece of to TKC Metal Recycling. They pay cash for scrap cars.
Yahoo!
TKC will recycle your piece of car. Got a piece of car? Visit TKC Metal Recycling, 20 Cushman Road, St. Catharines.
The first night of the Labor Day Classic weekend. I'm Greg Kellnan. With me, Adam Ross up in the tower. Clinton Jeffrey down trackside, about to do the driver redraws for the Action Sprint Tour and the 360 Sprints. Sounds like the crew's having a fun night down in the truck tonight, Adam. I don't know what's going on down there, but
I don't want to know. It's nice that they're giddy, because they're not always.
I got to say, it's a lot of fun, and this is how we feel tonight, right there.
That's right, big old happy face.
We got to use the telestrator somehow. Drivers down on the front stretch, ready to draw for position for tonight's A-Mains.
And we talked a little bit earlier, Glenn Stiers, with a busy weekend. Of course, racing here on the dirt tonight and tomorrow night. Racing at CTMP tomorrow. 51 laps in the WeatherTech 200. As we said, Nick Sheridan turning wrenches for the Clute brothers. So Nick gives us a wave down on the front stretch. Nick, nice job today, buddy. Did you follow all the speed limits in your Ford Fiesta on the way here, Nick? He stopped listening. Selective hearing.
You talking to me?
Nope.
Okay.
For once, I'm not. No, we were talking about Nick Sheridan turning wrenches for the Clute family at CTMP and how responsible he must have driven from Moseport down here to Brighton to get ready to run the 360 sprint.
All right, let's get going with our Action Sprint Tour redraw. We have the top 8 drivers here from the Action Sprint Tour. First up be Matt Billings. Matt Billings, come on, driver number 52. We got Frisbees 1 through 8 down here. He's going to sign it and throw it up to the fans, what he's done, after we find out where he ends up. Matt pulls number 3. Number 3 for Matt Billings. Next up will be Matthew Barjay. Now this is the embarrassing part for the drivers, trying to get it over the fence. You did it, Matt. Matt, are you having fun here in the crate sprint? Something new? Hang on there, Matthew. Not yet. Not yet. You having a good time?
Yeah, having a blast. I mean, how could you not be? It's a sprint car. They're fun to drive, and ours seems to be working pretty good at the moment. So yeah, we're having a great time, and I hope everybody's having a great time. Looks like a great bunch of fans out here, and thanks everybody for coming out, and hopefully we put on a good show for everybody.
Matt Billings, winner heat number 1. Matthew Barjay, what'd you pull? Number 2, Matthew. Good job. He's got it. Who wants Matthew's Frisbee? Let's make some noise. Next up, General Lee Ladiseur. Lee recently captured the Action Sprint Tour East Championship by way of 5 wins, the winningest driver in the East. Lee pulls number 8. Lee, you're champion here in the East, you know, going for the national title. You've got a good points deal coming into tonight. You can do it from 8th, right?
Oh, no doubt. You know, it's 25 laps, and if the car is going good, and you always have a chance.
There you have it. Lee Ladiseur, ladies and gentlemen, our Action Sprinter East champion. Next up, Crow, Brian Nanacoke. Brian picked up his heat race win here tonight. He's looking, working that mojo. He does it, number 1! Congrats, Brian. That's a good pull for you. Going from the pole, that's a pretty good deal.
Yeah, it sure is. Happy to be here.
He's busy signing his name. Got to make sure he spells it right. Austin Rose is next up. Where's Austin? Austin working on his studies, trying to make something of himself with a race car driver. 1, 2, and 3 are already gone, and Austin pulls number 4. Number 4 for Austin Rose. Next up, Alan Slate. Now, Alan, you told us you weren't going to be on the tour because you told the wife you're only doing one half, but you're back, so glad to have you back.
Sorry, honey, I lied.
Go and pull a good starting spot there. Al Slate, the rookie, picks number 6. Number 6. Next up, how about your hometown guy, Adam Turner? Adam Turner's got a pitch hitter here. Down to 2. Anybody keeping track? Should be a 5 or a 7, and it's a 5. 5 for Adam Turner. Next up, Andrew Hennessy. Not much mystery left in this one, Andrew. But just to make sure Ange numbered them properly, we'll get you to turn it over. Nice catch. No, it's not coming back. Andrew Hennessy pulls number 7, right, Andrew? Number 7. And how about it for our Action Sprint Tour top 8 here tonight, ladies and gentlemen? All right, we'll flip over the sheet and get ready to go with our 360 sprints here tonight. We'll lay them out. Next one up, first one up, Ryan Turner. Ryan, what a drive last night. We talked about it. You got wrecked in the hot laps, blew up in the heat, changed the motor in 15 minutes, started tail to B, won the B, came from tail to 3rd last night. Those are championship type nights for you and your team.
Yeah, it took a huge effort. Obviously, not just our team, but a bunch of people down the road jumping in. We had so many people working on the car, and then even tonight I started by ripping my fire suit, so we're off to a great start again. But a little better with the heat race win there, and we're gonna look for some speed tonight. We always love coming here to Brighton. The fans are awesome, and we're hoping to put on a show.
See what you can grab here and sign one. Ryan Turner has 1 through 9. We are redrawing the top 3 in the heats, 1 through 9, and Ryan Turner picks number 2. Ryan, I'm going to tell you to go down there because these fans be getting all the love. Go down there and give some of the fans down near turn 1. Who wants Ryan Turner's Frisbee? Next up, the big guy, Glenn Stiers, fresh off. Qualifying today at Canadian Tire Motorsport Park with the NASCAR Pinty Series tomorrow. Glenn, you look good in the sprint car. Are you feeling good tonight?
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, it's been a long time. It's been over driving these cars big time, so just trying to settle down a little bit and get some grip under this car.
All right, before she turns it over, let's find out if Chantarelli gets to stay in the motorhome or the ditch tonight. Chantarelli, what number you got? 7.
That's all right. I mean, what can we do?
You're getting soft, Glenn. Chantel pulls number 7 for Glenn Stiers. Next up, Darren Dryden, winner of his heat as well. Glenn, you got to go down there, or what do you got? Chantel, go down there and give it to somebody way down by turn number 1. Darren Dryden, you're up, sir. 12 double D of Darren Dryden. 2 and 7 are off the board. Everything else between 1 and 9 are still there. And what'd you pull? 3 for Darren Dryden. He won the last 360 race here at Brighton this summer. Feeling good tonight coming in. Darren Dryden headed down to turn number 1. Get on your feet. Let's see it if you want it. Tyler Pallas is up next. Tyler looked pretty aggressive in his heat here tonight. You got to grab up there and pick out a winner, Tyler. Still 1 is still on the board. Can you do it? Pick out a Frisbee. Number 8 for Tyler Pallas. Tyler going to sign that and give it away to a lucky fan. Nick Sheridan is up next. We talked a lot about Nick, crew chief for the Clute family at Canadian Tire Motorsport Park tomorrow morning for the NASCAR race. Nick, reach in there and pull one out. The pole is still available, as is 4th position. Nick pulls number 1. Nick, how do you feel about your car here at Brighton Speedway?
I feel really good, Clinton. I mean, we weren't too good in practice. We made some big changes, and we had some success here last year, so hopefully we keep rolling on that and keep her in this number 1 spot.
Nick Sheridan, one of the youngest, hardest working drivers here. Crew chief, does it all on the APC Series, NASCAR Pinty Series, and going to try and win it here at Brighton in the 360s tonight. Next up, Kyle Phillips, all the way from Grand Island, New York. How about a hand for our lone American here tonight, ladies and gentlemen? You got 4 left there, Kyle. 4 and 5 are still out there. Those are the best you can do, and he pulls the 4. Good job, Kyle Phillips will pull number 4. Dale Goslin is next. Driver the number 3, G. Looks like 5, 6, and 9 still available here for Dale Goslin. He'll come down to the right side and pulls number 5. The best one still available will go to Dale Goslin. Well, it comes down to Liam Martin and Mitch Brown now. I'm going to call you both up, Nick. Where's Mitch? Mitch not here? Well, he's going to pull last, so either way, you get to pick, Liam. Seven or 9? 7 or 9 is left for Liam Martin. He kicks number 9. Mitch, you get left with what's left over. What's there, buddy? Actually, hold on. What you got there? Flip that one over, Mitch. It's the 9. Liam's got the 6. Mitch Brown gets the 9. How about it for our top 9 360 drivers here tonight, ladies and gentlemen? Big round of applause for all the winged wonders getting it done here tonight. We appreciate it. We'll be back live here on G-Force TV. We'll get these drivers back to the pits. We'll be ready to go back racing feature time.
Well, good evening, everybody. Welcome to our weekly race chat.
Adam Ross and Clayton Jeffrey are live and interactive every Tuesday night. Rivals Race Chat is your home for race discussion, debate, news, interviews, and more. They'll even take your questions and comments live on the air and talk to some of the newsmakers each week. Tune in every Tuesday night at 8 p.m. on G-Force TV.
Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Our savory pasticides can be prepared any way you like. Serve warm or chilled, as a main or as a side. Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Create your way to great taste.
Get ready to experience the NASCAR Pinty Series Power Hour. Join your host and wingman Cam K every Monday night at 7 p.m. on G-Force TV for an hour of non-stop excitement and in-depth analysis of the hottest racing series around. From the latest race highlights to expert analysis and insider commentary, you'll get an exclusive look at everything you need to know about the NASCAR Pinty Series. Tune in for the NASCAR Pinty Series Power Hour, the ultimate destination for race fans everywhere.
Early man discovered fire, but Quick perfected fire. Quick is the only fire starter that guarantees to start your campfire, wood stove, or fireplace without the need for kindling or paper. Find your nearest Quick retailer at quickquick.com.
Welcome back live to Brighton Speedway for night number 1 of the Labor Day Classic, brought to you by Rock 107, Mystical Distributing, and Rapid Rad. I'm Greg Kilnan, with me Adam Ross, Clinton Jeffrey down trackside as we are ready for feature time. We got the 2-seat sprint car out there, or pardon me, the 2-seat late model out there. And whoever was in it last time got the full experience off of corner number 2. They spun into the infield. Now I know Tim Whitehead, who announces here weekly, his wife Brenda was going for a ride tonight, but I don't know if she was in it earlier or if this is her tonight. If it was her in the first one, I think Tim set that spin up out.
Oh, I would imagine. You have to pay extra for it.
I mean, there's your wife in the seat. That's a chance of a lifetime. And I was told Nathan Rinaldi would be driving the 2-seater when she was in the car. Chance to ride in a 2-seat late model here at Brighton Speedway on a late weekly basis. If you've never been to Brighton Speedway, you're tuned into the broadcast here tonight, I highly encourage you. They still got some great racing to come, and especially Applefest weekend here in a few weeks' time. Make sure you're here and check this place out. It has got a phenomenal atmosphere every time you come to Brighton Speedway. You won't be disappointed. Abby following along in the drone. Get an idea what this racing surface looks like, and they've done a great job preparing this track. You can see how smooth it is. It's in perfect shape for feature time.
How would you feel about being a passenger out there, Greg?
Nope.
No, you're right. Same here.
Nope. I would try it behind the wheel, absolutely. But as a passenger, no. I'm the type that if I'm not driving any vehicle I'm in, I've usually got one hand near something to hold on, or the feet are working, you know, that type of...
The imaginary brake?
Exactly.
Did you send me that file?
I never did.
No. Okay, well then here.
I'll just keep at it. I am a sucker for punishment tonight.
I can't disagree with you there.
Well, you've had a big day. You were working at CTMP today. Be there again tomorrow.
Yeah.
And I thought I'd try and do something for a change.
Feels weird.
All right. Mini Stocks, Bill John's Mini Stocks out onto the racetrack for their feature event here this evening. Lineup is going to look like this. On the front row in the 2, Trevin McCrillis. The outside, Carter Rhodes in the 18. Inside of row number 2 will be Nico Hansen in the 27. To the outside, the 22 of Tyson Gregory. Pulling off in the 5th position, Tim Moore in the 54, and Caleb Severin starts 6 in the 12. Starting in the 7th spot, that'll be Chris Tufford in the 4, and to the outside, Lawrence Evenden in the 25. 9th starting position is Cole Abrams, and to his outside, Jacob McKenzie in the 43 starts in 10th. 11th will be the 71 of Alicia Gerard, and to her outside, Chris Lamley in the 95 starting 12th. 13th in the 00, William Vitado, and starting to the outside in the 72, that'll be John South. The 8 car tonight, that's Sebastian Reitmeyer, and alongside in car number 1, and that is one car I do not have on my list. I believe that was Bree Chambers in the 1. Then we have the 77 of Ethan Humphrey and the 17 of Evan Minnie. And in the back row will be the 41 of Landon Much and the 04 of Dave Chamberlain.
And I don't see the number 1 on Race Monitor either. But I do see the 04 is Nico Ashwigan.
Yes.
Which is actually a really cool name. White flag out next time by off of turn number 4. We're going to begin feature racing here tonight. The first feature of many here in this 2-night special event.
15 laps for the mini stocks. The Bill Johns mini stocks ready to go. 15 laps of battle. Double greens from the flag stand ready to go. Carter Rhodes off the drop of the green. Good launch down the front stretch and into the lead.
Little bobble there in turn 1 and 2. Everyone able to avoid that, but you can see it's built a gap between about 10th and the rest of the field is out in front. Carter Rhodes with a great advantage over Tyson Gregory in the 2nd spot.
Nico Hansen working that outside line right now. Off the backstretch has Severin in tow in the 12 machine as they roll through 3 and 4. Give Hansen the 3rd spot now.
Trevin McQuillis on the inside in that 2 machine. Running the shorter way around, but these cars up on the high side able to keep a little more momentum rolling as Carter Rhodes continues to lead the way. Doesn't look like he's pulling away much over Tyson Gregory. Yes, he is, about 0.3 a second a lap. Got a slow one down in 3 and 4. Peel off the inside. That's the 00.
So William Vitado. Carter Rhodes leads another lap. 4 on the board, 11 to go. Setting a torrid pace right now with Gregory in the 2nd spot. Things dicey off at 2, 3 wide with the lap car. Wow.
Nico Hansen in the middle. There are these 3 cars. Tufford on the inside. Chris Tufford in that 4 machine. The 12 is Caleb Severin. Severin going to take the spot. And leave Hansen battling with Tufford.
So your leader, Carter Rhodes, working through slower traffic. William Vitado will slide to the infield as the leader goes by, and that car having some issues here on the front stretch. Brett Meinecker will get to the attention of that car, but he's far enough off the track, should be okay, as the leader starting to approach some more traffic, and Evan Minnie in the 17E.
Things staying exciting out there for Carter Rhodes, a sizable advantage, but the slower traffic that he's encountering a little predictable for him. He'll swing to the outside into turn 3 and 4. Tyson Gregory so far not able to close that gap as we're halfway through this one. Whoa, trouble in turn 2.
Right in front of the 2nd place runner, Tyson Gregory. Evan Minnie goes, puts us under the caution flag. 8 on the board, 7 to go.
And you have to wonder if Carter Rhodes is relieved, because it was like a video game out there, things popping up in front of him, challenges for that young driver. We'll have a look at this replay in turn number 2. Evan Minnie in the 17 going around. Tyson Gregory stood that 22 car on its nose to avoid the 17. And now Evan Minnie peeling down towards the infield. Brett Meinecker going to check in here just past the start-finish line. They'll move Tyson Gregory back in front of Caleb Severin as they go back to the last completed lap. We've got 7 laps to go in this mini stock feature event. And I'm not even sure who's the one to watch at this point, as most of these drivers were near the front to begin with. Carter Rhodes was still able to get out ahead and create a bit of an advantage. I like playing Where's Waldo at the races, but Waldo was Clint. There he is. Now, I haven't found him, but just to wonder where he is so you know how much you're inconveniencing him by asking a question that's in like turn 3, but he's off the end of turn 1, you know. As if I'm considerate that way. White flag, Carter Rhodes going to refire on the inside. Tyson Gregory alongside.
I'm sending you light signals from the infield.
Oh, I see him.
Oh.
SOS.
Is that Morse code for bring me a soda pop?
No, that's Morse code for bring us more chicken and pizza to the infield, because that's what we're eating.
You have chicken and pizza on the infield?
Oh, yeah, bud.
Green flag is out. Carter Rhodes leads the way to the stripe, but Tyson Gregory on the high side. Can he keep pace with the 18 as they work off of turn number 2?
Tyson Gregory will try and keep pace with Rhodes. He'll work it through 3. Everything stacked up behind them as Severin now will tuck in behind Gregory. He's got Tufford on his back bumper, and then it's side by side with Abrams and Nico Hansen. Now remember, Abrams started a little bit deeper in the field in this one and won his qualifying heat, so he's worked his way now into the top 5.
Yeah, Abrams might be one to watch on the move. As I said, the rest of them were near the front to begin with, but Carter Rhodes looking comfortable. He's running the inside groove out there. So Tyson Gregory going to move up the racetrack. So is Severin a little bit higher. A couple of black and green cars trying to chase down our race leader, Carter Rhodes.
Abrams started back in the 9th spot, so he has been able to work his way into the top 5. Tufford next in line in front of him to watch the top 3. Top 4 and 5 all right there, nose to tail. Nico Hansen has slipped back to the 6th spot.
Move over flag being shown as the leaders close in. Tyson Gregory defending Severin's advance, and out in front Carter Rhodes has built up about 4 car lengths over the second place Gregory machine. Nobody yet able to mount that challenge as we've got 2 laps to go. Carter Rhodes as close to those inside tires as you can get in that 18 machine.
He'll haul it off down the back stretch with a lap and a half to go. Gregory and Severin in tow. They put a buffer between themselves and that 4th place runner Tufford in the 4. White flag is out for Carter Rhodes.
One slow on the back straightaway as the white flag flies last time around, and that car will clear the racing surface as Carter Rhodes leads them down into 3 and 4 for the final time.
Checkers out. Carter Rhodes will pick up the win. Body slam for 2nd as Tyson Gregory gets it, but Caleb Severin, sportsmanlike move, I think, let out. After he made that contact, he didn't force it, let out, and finished in 3rd. And that tells me it probably wasn't on purpose. A little bit of an overdrive there, but Caleb Severin finishes in position number 3, and then Abrams drives up to the 4th spot after starting in 9th, and Tufford will cross the line in the 4th spot. In the 5th spot. Nico Hansen 6th, 7th is Trevin McCrillis. Lawrence Evans 8th, Tim Moore 9th, Alicia Gerard back there in the top 10.
Clinton Jeffrey heads down to APC Victory Lane. where Carter Rhodes has just assumed the position on the front straightaway. The hardware is on its way down as well.
Carter Rhodes gets the helmet off and will work his way out. Here's the Rinaldi Racing crew coming in, and if you know this group, there's going to be a good time had here tonight. How about it for Carter Rhodes? Nathan Rinaldi's upset. He's going to have to fix the roof now as the crew gets in there with big hugs for Carter. We'll get him around front and get a chat. Carter, what a drive here tonight. You got to be real happy. We get you live on G-Force and you knock it out of the park. What a run tonight.
Oh, it's awesome. First time here this year. I got a little scared when that caution came out there. I didn't know if I'd be able to hold it. I've had a couple times this year where leading most of the race and a caution comes out halfway through and I blow it. So I kept the car underneath me tonight and got her done.
You certainly did. Congrats, Carter.
Thank you.
Carter Rhodes, ladies and gentlemen, will win the race here tonight for the minis, and get ready to have a great time tonight, I'm sure, in the campground. We'll be right back live here on G-Force TV as the Action Sprint Tour sprint cars get ready to roll.
When your dream car becomes a nightmare, leaving you frustrated, stranded, and broke, you say,
Goodbye, you piece of Let's take it to TKC.
What? You gotta pee?
TKC!
Let's take this piece of to TKC Metal Recycling. They pay cash for scrap cars.
TKC will recycle your piece of car. Got a piece of car? Visit TKC Metal Recycling, 20 Cushman Road, St. Catharines.
Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Our savory pasticides can be prepared any way you like. Serve warm or chilled, as a main or as a side. Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Create your way to great taste.
Early man discovered fire, but Quick Wick perfected fire. Quick Wick is the only fire starter that guarantees to start your campfire, wood stove, or fireplace without the need for kindling or paper. Find your nearest Quick Wick retailer at quickwick.com.
Rev up your engines and get ready for some high-octane action. G-Force TV is your one-stop destination for all the best racing action across Ontario. With free live coverage of the ABC Series, Bushwick Speedway, Southern Ontario Sprints, and much more. You won't miss a single moment of the excitement. Whether you're a diehard fan or a casual viewer, G-Force TV has everything you need to stay up to date on the latest racing news and events. Head to our website at gforcetv.net and start watching today.
Welcome back live to Brighton Speedway on G-Force TV. Night number one of the Labor Day Classic, brought to you by Rock 107, Mystical Distributing, and Rapid Rad. Action Sprint Tour presented by Pinty's up next. A bit of a delay. I believe they're having a bit of a medical emergency over in the pit area, so the paramedics over there working on that. So we'll have just a bit of a delay here, Adam, but big feature event here for the National Tour for the Action Sprint Tour. Great turnout of cars here tonight, and I'm excited to see how this one plays out, because I don't think there's one favorite in the crowd here tonight. We could see 10 or 12 different drivers competing here for the win.
No, we really could. Let's give you the starting lineup while we have the opportunity. On the pole from Oshwegan, the 9C is Brian Nanacoke. On the outside of row 1 from Pierreville, Quebec, the 19 is Matthew Bardier. Third from Brockville, Ontario, the 52 is Matt Billings. 4th from Mosley, the 3S is Austin Rose. 5th from Cherry Valley, the 9 is Adam Turner, and starting 6th from St. Catharines, the 2S is Al Slate. 7th from Picton, the 87 is Andrew Hennessy, and on the outside of row number 4 from Alexandria, the 51L's General Lee Latisseur. 9th from Brockville, the 00 is Ryan Poole, and 10th from Listowel, the 97 is Sheldon Bender. 11th from Port Perry in the 4B, it's 4-barrel Daryl Pelletier. And on the outside of him from Six Nations in the 20, it's the Iceman, Johnny Miller. 13th out of London, the 19M is Will March. And starting 14th from Wainfleet, the 85C is Cam McKinnon. 15th from Kitchener, the 50LS is Adrian Staley. Starting 16th from Brantford, the 88 is Lance Erskine. 17th from Richmond, Quebec, the 55 is Jeffrey Ware. And 18th from Bowmanville, the 31C is Dale Curran. 19th from Oswego, the 77E is Ashton Van Every, and 20th from Roslyn, the 4K is Jamie Kay. 21st from St. Catharines, the 71 is Mike Bowman, and 22nd from Oswego, the 28T is Cam Thompson. 23rd from Brockville, the 13 is Evan Reynolds. 24th from Ottawa, the M52 is Mark Supernan. Rounding out the field out of Kingston, the 115 is Dan Deo. And that's how they'll line up for this Action Sprint Tour presented by Pinty's feature event. It's a high-risk maneuver, Greg Callan, looking through the comments on the stream sometimes.
It's been tame tonight.
I like Murray's comment about the Sofa King ads. It's the King of Fa.
Randy Howder's back with us again tonight, and you mentioned him last night. One of our regular viewers from down in Texas that started watching G-Force during the pandemic in 2020. And
you don't realize who tunes in until the complaints start to roll in. Wow. A lot of people were listening.
You've drawn a lot of ire this year. Like, there's been... I'm starting to think you need Secret Service.
I think a lot of it's the same person. When they got to the point where they put Adam Ross as the Antichrist, I thought, all right, I think this a little bit of a fantasy world, but
Angie can be mean, though.
She can be. If it was my wife, there'd be more cussing.
Oh, is that your water? I just took it. No, it's not open.
Let's have some fun. Fans, get out your cell phones. Turn on your lights. Let's see how many got flashlights here tonight. Let's do something cool while we're waiting around. There we go. We're going to push off these sprint cars, and you guys can show them how much we appreciate it. Jack. Come on, more you got cameras out there. Let's see them. Pretty cool look here on G-Force TV as we salute everybody at home. Wishing they were here with us tonight, guys.
Always a fantastic crowd here at Brighton. Fans so passionate about racing here. And I got to let you know, Clint, tomorrow night I'm getting cheese curds. My good buddy Kevin Gibson's bringing some cheese curds tomorrow night. You can have some if you want. I've never tried them with bananas, but...
I was just going to say, I don't know what's worse, cheese curds or bananas.
I have not seen any cake pops yet, though. Was that subtle enough, Adam?
That was pretty subtle.
Yeah, we found them here. I even got some into the truck, and they were liking them last year.
Oh, they were tasty.
As it comes in our ears, bring them back. Good job up in the stands. That's a cool little thing we did there. Appreciate that. Hey, guys, let's make sure we take the opportunity to remind everybody about the Canadian Sprint Car Nationals coming up in a couple weeks' time. We'll have to do a bit of talking about that later as well.
And if we're talking about year-ending shows, you can't forget the Apple Fest weekend. That's a fun one.
Definitely is. Coming up in a few weeks here. 22nd, 23rd of September. Mark your calendars. If you're a dirt modified fan, the 358s, the Sportsman, the late models here with the great crate race, Canadian modifieds, and the closer for the duel on the dirt. Oh, is it now, though? Now that Humberstone is at the end of the year. I'd have to check the duel.
You're asking the wrong guy.
That's Humberstone now. It traditionally was always here, but still Apple Fest weekend.
I mean, look at this. Even the pace laps are crowded.
Derek Dockstader says, banana poutine sounds yummy. I'd try it.
I think they already have that. It's called bread pudding. Similar, right?
Similar, but not really.
No.
Great looking field cars here for the Action Sprint Tour presented by Pinty's. The field is going to take shape here.
What's Angie doing? Throwing stuff into the grandstands. 50-50. Don't forget to get your 50-50. I thought you were saying, don't forget to
scratch my back,
pull hair. I don't know sign language. 50-50. Get your 50-50. Don't pull her hair.
Yeah, if you pull her hair, it won't be 50-50. It'll be 100% chance of punch, I think. For you, for saying it.
Field sorting itself out. Lee Ladisseur's got to work his way into the 8th spot. Al Slate's got to get up there towards the front of the field.
Well, looks like they're going to salute you, the fans. We'll send them 4 wide, so get ready, folks. We get the field in shape. Now, this is a good time to get those cell phones back out as the drivers come by the front stretch this time by. Salute them with those cell phones lit up. Wave your hat, your program, whatever you got. These drivers came here to put a show on for you as Mystical Distributing lights up the skies. Let's send them off, Brighton Speedway. They're 4 wide and fancy for you, the fans. This is the Action Sprint Tour, presented by Pinty's.
Those are cool. Abby loves flying the drone through fireworks. It is time to go racing with the Action Sprint Tour. Brian Nanakoke in the 9C, Matthew Barjay on the outside of the front row. Boy, we got some heavy hitters. Matt Billings went from 9th to 3rd in his heat race earlier on. He'll fire from the 3rd spot.
Sprint Tour. This one is underway. Brian Nanakoke will lead them down the backstretch with Barjay Billings in tow.
Anacoke slides up off the bottom in 3 and 4, but he'll continue to lead the way at the stripe. Bardier still on the high side. Matt Billings down low in the 52 as they challenge our race leader.
Here comes Bardier to the outside of Brian Anacoke through 3. Billings looking low. Bardier powers it off the corner, but I believe it's going to be Anacoke. Yeah, he'll lead the lap just barely.
Now Bardier out in front on the backstretch. Matt Billings looking to make a move. Adam Turner runs in the 4th spot in that red number 9.
Billings all over the back end of the Canada Fuels 9C. Here he comes down to the inside of Anacoke. It's going to be a 3-car race for the lead as Billings gets by Anacoke. Now he'll make the charge on Bardier down in 3.
Billings able to keep that car pinned to the inside, just narrowly missing those big tires that line the inside of the racetrack. Bardier looking for bite up on the high side. 2 very distinct lines, both of them equally successful.
Last time down the backstretch, Cam McKinnon had some issues, lost some spots. He'll gather it back up as here comes Billings down to the inside of Bardier. Bardier gets a good run off the second corner. He'll go wheel to wheel back down into corner number 3 with the back of the pack in sight of the leaders.
Bardier gets a little bit sideways in the middle of 3 and 4. That gives the lead to Matt Billings in the 52.
Billings trying to pull away, but Bardier good again off of corner number 2. He'll stay a couple of car lengths off the back end of the 52. They work it off of corner 4 this time with 18 laps still left to go in this one. Tracking down the back of the pack. Mark Supernan right now is the first car that may go a lap down.
Billings been running the extreme bottom of the racetrack, but as he closes in on the tail of the field, it might be tough to keep his car down there because a lot of the cars at the tail of the field are running that inside groove, Greg.
And here comes Adam Turner. He'll look to the inside of Bardier, and he's all over the tail tank right now, trying to stick it in down there in the low side of corner number 1. Caught up in some traffic now are the leaders. 3 wide down the backstretch as they get by Supernan.
Bardier lost a little bit of time coming off of turn number 2. That's all Adam Turner needed to make his move. Then Matt Billings got a little bit tied up with Dan Day. Can Turner close that gap on our race leader as they work through 3 and 4?
There's probably no one here in this field that has more laps on this track than Adam Turner himself in that 9 machine. They haven't been many in the sprint car, but boy, oh boy, the Turner family name has been predominant here in the Speedway over the years. And here comes Adam Turner trying to track down Matt Billings.
Brian Anacoke hanging on to his top 5 spot. He's holding off Austin Rose in the 3S. Austin Rose, a fiery young competitor in that 3 machine, but back out front. Adam Turner trying to close the gap on Billings out in front.
Halfway home in this one, Billings continues to lead. Turner will work by the slower car of K in the 4K machine. They send it back down the backstretch another time. A big pack of cars now coming right into the sight of Matt Billings.
In open traffic, I dare say Matt Billings is a little bit quicker than Adam Turner, but I think Turner, with his track knowledge, might have the advantage when they get to heavy traffic.
Out in front, it's all Matt Billings, but Adam Turner trying to reel him in. They definitely hit the pack now. Cam Thompson right in the sights of Matt Billings as they work it into corner number 3. Bardier all by himself in 3rd, and you've got Anacoke running in the 4th spot.
Billings headed to the outside of Cam Thompson. Here comes Turner to the bottom. We got one slow on the outside of turn number 2. That's going to draw yellow, and I believe, Greg, that does not bode well for Adam Turner. I really felt like Turner was getting that run and the slower traffic was going to play into his hand, Clinton Jeffrey.
Yeah, Billings is using the outside to navigate his way around some of this lap traffic, whereas Adam Turner's been stuck on the bottom, and it's really working off. If you look down there where we would be giving you a track report, the inside lane has a lot of bite still, and Turner the 9 getting the left rear down where it counts.
You can look at the wing angle differences among the leaders. Matt Billings does not have as steep a wing angle as Adam Turner or Matthew Bardier behind. The steeper that wing, the more rear grip you're going to have. In theory, the more straightaway speed you give up, but I'm not sure how much that is affected here at a track like Brighton.
just want to mention, you know, Matt Billings driving for Ryan Huntsinger. He was one of the original ones who got into this division back around 2014. And man, they're having a good relationship here. This car has run really good, both last year and this year for Matt Billings.
Mike Bowman tonight running in the 14th spot. So to say that Mike can't be beat, he definitely can. He's running back in 14th, and
you know, this yellow's going to help him out a lot. He got stuck in traffic there, but Mike went on social today and said, look, I never been here in a sprint car. In the modified a few times at Applefest, but other than that, never been here in a sprint car, so certainly a steep learning curve for the 71 tonight.
Mr. Smooth is Mike Bowman. So it's Billings out in front over Adam Turner. Then Matthew Barjay in the 3rd spot. Brian Anacoke with a solid run up in the 4th position. Austin Rose up in top 5. Al Slate in 6th. Then you've got Lee Laddiser sitting in the 7th spot. 8th right now is Andrew Hennessy. 9th, Sheldon Bender. And 10th is Adrian Staley. 9 laps left to settle it here for the Action Sprint Tour presented by Pinty's. Vanderland Building Products late models coming up next, followed by the 360s and then the Canadian Modifieds. And then we'll do it all over again tomorrow night, 6 o'clock start time. 360 sprints, Action Sprint Tour. We'll also have the Thunderstocks on the card, along with the Comp 4s and the Stingers. And of course, the one and only Adam Ross.
Is that a selling feature?
It's huge. Your throngs and throngs of fans will be. You do. You have a following.
I don't know about that, Greg.
Most people don't know me. They call me Dale, or apparently now people are calling McLean my dad's son. I like to remain anonymous. That's
what is funny is going somewhere and people don't recognize us because nobody sees us. But then you say something and they look up.
Yeah,
I think I know you. Like it or not, you have to listen to me if you come to the dirt races.
Yeah, tonight, this is the first time I think I've been here in a long time, and my dad's not here. He's slipping into semi-retirement. He doesn't want to travel as much, so my son, McLean, is here, and he's actually working the corner 4 camera for the first time tonight.
Nice.
I went in and checked on him at Intermission. I didn't get to see McLean, but I asked the truck how he's doing. I said, he's doing really good, so he's not fired yet.
Not yet.
Well, if we let Adam come back, McLean can always come back.
The bar is low.
Wow.
You know, Adam's following his daddy's money and his dog Decker, if you want to talk about it.
Yeah. We're about to go green, gentlemen. Quick, fire it up.
Close calls there on that quick fired up. I got to learn to mute the mic because there were a couple, and one of them was Dale Kern, and now he's going to have to take it to the pit area. He slammed the wall off of corner 4.
What a shame for that CN Produce 31 machine. Took last night off to focus on the weekend, and his night ends a little bit early with just over 5 laps to go.
Leader down into corner number 3, working on the tail of the field already, so that lap traffic going to play into a factor here as Adam Turner tries to track down Matt Billings. Top three have broken away. Brian Anacoke still sitting in that fourth spot.
Billings closing in on the 115 of Dan Deo. Deo using quite a bit of racetrack out there, so that might be a challenge for Billings as he closes the gap. Adam Turner back about 3 car lengths from the 52 as Billings has to lift ever so slightly off of turn 2. Here comes Adam Turner.
What a race off a corner 4. Turner's got the line on the inside. They've got Dale right in between them, and Billings will work to the outside and clear Dale, but then he goes up the banking at 2, and here comes Turner back down to the inside.
What a battle among the top 2 as Deo trying to hang on for dear life. Turner gets by at the white flag. Billings crosses him back over.
Here they come through too. Deo gets sideways in front of Turner. That cost him the win. He'll shove it down into 3. Jumps the Ute tire. Coming to the checkered flag. Billings is going to win it.
Adam Turner threw everything he had into that, and Dan Deo just trying to survive out there. I mean, maybe could have given a bit more room, but he has every right to the bit of real estate he was occupying. What a show for this action sprint tour as Matt Billings from Brockville takes the win. Adam Turner starts off his triple duty with a bang.
Wow. Matthew Barjay crosses the line 3rd, Austin Rose 4th, 5th Brian Anacoke, Lee Lattiser 6th, Al Slate 7th, Andrew Hennessy in the 8th spot, 9th Sheldon Bender, in 10th was Ryan Poole, Adrian Staley, Johnny Miller, Mike Bowman, Jeffrey Weir, and Daryl Pelche, the top 15. 16 through 20, Ashton Van Every, Cam Thompson, Evan Reynolds. 19th was Lance Erskine, 20th Cam McKinnon, then Will Marsh, Dan Deo, Jamie Kay, Dale Curran, and Mark Sapernin rounds out the order. As what a finish that was. Matt Billings picks up the win, but boy, oh boy. Adam Turner, I thought he had him. He went for a wild ride in corner 3, jumped the implement tire, and Matt Billings picks up the win. And here's that final try, and Turner just catches the tire.
He sent it.
And this is a division that started in the West. It was a weekly division at Oshwegan Speedway, but look who is all up in the top 3. Eastern drivers, Matt Billings, Adam Turner, and Matthew Bardier. They've caught on to this sprint car thing pretty quickly.
I think that's a fair assessment of the situation, Greg.
Just waiting for Billings to cross the scale. We'll talk with our top 3 down in APC Victory Lane. Late models up next, followed by the 360s, and we'll conclude tonight with the Canadian Modifieds. Barjay gets there into the 3rd spot. Now we'll bring in Matt Billings in the Ryan Hunsinger own number 52. The snap-on ride will pull into Victory Lane, and our Clinton Jeffrey will catch up with Matt Billings out of Brockville, Ontario. See Adam Turner's car, his late model, brought down here to the front stretch. He'll have to make the quick hop into the late model. We'll send it down to Clinton Jeffrey as Matt Billings gets unbuckled. He'll pick up the win here at Brighton.
Thanks, Greg. A happy crew down here to greet him. His owner, Ryan Hunsinger, down here as well, happily taking pictures. Boy, the East is showing they have some speed to reckon with this season. Top 3 all East drivers from the eastern part of the AST series. Here goes Matt Billings up the roof. How about it, Brighton, for your Action Sprint Tour National Feature Event winner, Matt Billings. Gets congratulations from Adam Turner, and he'll come around in front here. These guys have raced a lot. Well, Matt, pretty good deal. You know, it's always awesome when you get a hired driver come in and get one done for Ryan and the crew here. But this is big in the points for the national championship as well.
Oh man, this is good. I saw Adam was, I wasn't very good up top getting through traffic. I mean, hats off to Adam Turner. I mean, he's a Brighton hometown boy, and I know how much everybody's rooting for him. I mean, he's running really good in the sprint car first time running it this year. But man, that was just got to go for it, just got to drive the thing. So that's having a good time.
Awesome job. Matt Billings, ladies and gentlemen, will pick up the Action Sprinter National Championship Tour race. We'll give us a second. We'll get in here with Adam Turner, guys.
Big win for Matt Billings. He knew what it meant to beat Adam Turner, and on Adam's home turf. Let's hear from Adam now.
Adam, you had some good runs there. I mean, a tale of two races. He was on the outside trying to get around lap cars. You were fished on the bottom there. What a drive tonight. You almost got him on that last lap. Got in with a lap car, got into with a Uke tire, still finished second. Not a bad last lap considering.
Oh, no, it's scary running around that 115. I don't like to be rude, but holy man. You just pucker every time you're around him. And Matt did a great job racing with him, and I tried. And I thought I did the right thing heading to the top there, because I thought he would slow down, because he had 2 leaders racing on each side of him. I thought he might slow down, but he didn't. But it's all good. Matt's a hell of a wheel man. He's run a lot of sprint car stuff. I finished second probably 7 times this year now. Haven't won, but I've been finishing second to guys like him and Lee who have years of experience in a sprint car. And I might be 15 races into my sprint car career, so I don't think I'm doing too shabby.
Triple duty tonight. You got 2 more races. Can you get one of them?
Oh, man, I hope so, because I would be sweating for nothing, other than to make room for beer.
There you have it. Adam Turner, guys. Give us a second. We'll get in with Matthew Barjay.
That might have been the most effort I've seen for a second place result.
I agree. And here's third place, Matthew Barjay.
Matthew, welcome to Ontario. Good run again. You've only been running in the East. Tell us about your night here at Brighton.
Yeah, it's a good night. Good run from Matt and Adam. It's a good battle after the restarts in the lap cars, and I think it was able to finish second or fourth. And Matt was very fast in the inside. I tried to be better at the high side, and tonight the track was good. Two race lane, and a lot of things. All my sponsor and Guy work every week, every day. Build a new car, wreck a car at Cornwall since a few weeks, and tonight on the podium, it's perfect like that tonight.
Right on. Matthew Barjay will be third, Adam Turner second, and our winner tonight, the Action Sprinter National Event number 3, Matt Billings. Will be right back live here on G-Force TV for the late model feature coming up.
Introducing the Fleet lineup by CargoEase. Our commercial and Titan series slide come with weight capacities of 1,500 to 3,000 pounds and features HDPE Ultra Ply Deck, a 1/4-inch rubber mat, 8-inch aluminum side rails, a patented spring release T-handle, and L-hook fasteners. This is the CargoEase Fleet lineup.
Ladies and gentlemen, you came looking for a show. Well, here you go.
Freaking just races like a big, fast track. If you're not aggressive and you're not willing to make it dicey, you're not passing nobody and you're not going to be fast.
Oh, Victor Bomberry found his limits.
That's unbelievable.
Rev up your engines and get ready for some high-octane action. G-Force TV is your one-stop destination for all the best racing action across Ontario. With free live coverage of the APC Series, Bushwick and Speedway, Southern Ontario Sprints, and much more. You won't miss a single moment of the excitement. Whether you're a die-hard fan or a casual viewer, G-Force TV has everything you need to stay up to date on the latest racing news and events. Head to our website at gforcetv.net and start watching today.
Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Our savory potato sides can be prepared any way you like. Serve warm or chilled, as a main or as a side. Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Create your way to great taste.
We're Brighton Speedway for night number 1 of the Labor Day Classic. Greg Kelman along with Adam Ross, Clinton Jeffrey down trackside, ready to go with the Vanderland Building Products late models and their feature event. lined up over there in corner number 4 as Adam Turner will make his way around. He's buckled in, and he'll start from the pole in the 0FG. On his outside will be the 57 of Charlie Sandercock. Row number 2 to the inside is the 151, Brian Slim McDonald, and Brandon Mowat on the outside will roll off in 4th in the 46. Starting in the 5th spot, the 3, that'll be Nate Rinaldi to his outside. The 77 of Kaylee Weiss goes from 6th. 7th spot, David Vandertorn in the 33. And going from 8th, the 11 of Kyle Sopaz. Starting in 9th is the 5 of Steve Baldwin. 10th will be Ryan Lambert in the 41. The 11th starting position belongs to Brad Rayner in the 55, and the 89 of Austin King to his outside will go 12th. Starting 13th, Greg Bellier in the 25, and starting 14th, the 73 of Anthony Rinaldi. Brett Hope starts 15th in car 49. Rob Hood in the 39 starts 16th, and in the back row, the 21 will be Rich Sanders in the 05, James Seymour. 18 cars make up this feature event for the Vanderland Building Products late model division. .30 laps the distance tonight for the late models. Just had to check on that, confirm. Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle through the papers. White flag is out. Next time by full song for these late models.
Adam Turner finishing 2nd. The Action Sprint Tour now going to start on the pole, but alongside probably the most potent late model racer in this part of Canada for a long, long time, Greg.
That he is. We'll see what can happen here in the next 30 laps. Double greens in hand, ready to go for the Vanderland Building Products late models. Great field of cars here tonight. Charlie Sandercock rockets out to the early lead over Adam Turner. Brandon Mowat running right there in the 3rd spot.
Sandercock out in front, hanging on to that top spot. Adam Turner holding off Brandon Mowat in the 46. Mowat working a higher part of the racetrack, and then Rinaldi running in the 4th position.
Here comes Rinaldi down to the inside of Mowat as they work down the back stretch. Good battle also behind that is Kaylee Weiss and Brian McDonald as 3 laps go on to the scoreboard.
Mowat loses a bit of ground, then cuts a beautiful corner, closes a lot of that distance in on Adam Turner. He'll try to do it again in 3 and 4 as he draws near the right rear corner of that 0FG machine of Turner.
Mowat working that outside line off of corner 2. He'll pitch it into corner 3, trying to get the bite off that corner, but it's Turner still with the 2nd spot. Rinaldi watching this right in behind the mid-pack. Lots of good racing going on with Vandertorns. We got one around, I believe it is Brian McDonald, and he is going to bring out the caution flag as he is not rolling.
Off to a flying start, those 6 laps into this one, and Charlie Sandercock, as you might expect when he starts on the front row, able to fire off and build up an advantage.
There's Slim getting back in the right direction. At West Front Construction, 151 KB. Great field of cars here at Brighton Speedway in the late model division, and for many a years this class was dormant. But this was traditionally always a late model track, and I remember years gone by as a youngster coming to some of the big late model shows. They would have a Can-Am Challenge with Can-Am Speedway, South Buxton Raceway, and here at Brighton, and some fond memories of that. Remember Kirk Hooker making the trips down, and that was probably the first time I'd ever heard of Kirk, and coming down to compete in that, and some of the drivers from Can-Am coming up. A little bit of difference because you had the 8 cylinders here and at Buxton, and they were 6 cylinders at Can-Am, which made a tremendously different sound, as you can imagine. But good to see this division back so strong at Brighton Speedway with the history here and a good field of cars again here tonight.
Back of the field getting sorted out, Anthony Rinaldi and Brian McDonald having a moment there at the tail of the field. Out front, Charlie Sandercock going to refire from the high side. Let's give you a quick fire it up, the sights and sounds of the dirt late models.
Spinning down the back stretch. That'll put us under the caution. Anthony Rinaldi was part of that, but he was able to get the car turned around and going in the right direction. I believe it's Rich Sanders over there on the back stretch and Greg Bellier.
That's correct, Greg. 21 car sits just backed up to the fence there, or the concrete blocks that protect that car from backing into the creek.
Brian McDonald also involved. He spun to the infield. There we see Rich Sanders. Problems with that car getting it out for the qualifying heat. Missed that, came out, ran some laps when the two-seater was out, so definitely some issues for Rich Sanders. And from that shot, does it look like he's getting...
Well, tow truck's coming. We're en route as well.
I'll say he's... Yeah, there he goes. He's taking the helmet off. There's a shot from the back stretch. Woo.
Yeah, that one would have come right at the speed shot.
It looked like a fairly gentle landing, but then the car continued to spin around backwards there.
The rear end broke. Come here, Jack. Adam, can you see this? Colonel Sanders, right there on the hood.
Nice.
Yeah, so we're told the left side rear end is broken here. Oh yeah, Jack, get a look at this one. So when he backed into the fence, it really tucked that left rear right up onto the fender. And Rich Sanders will be done here as the rear end is definitely askew.
Double up the field.
7 complete, 23 still to go.
Sandercock again, choosing the outside to restart. Adam Turner going to be on the inside. Second row will be Mowat and Rinaldi, who can contend with Charlie Sandercock.
Back to the green we come. Turner on the inside of Sandercock as they go down into corner number 1. Oh, Sandercock really pushed into corner 1. That allowed Turner to edge ahead. Now Sandercock on the outside trying to get it back through 3 and 4.
Turner putting up a good fight down to the inside. Sandercock smooth up high, really able to get onto the throttle from the center of the corner off and picks up a 3-car length lead down the backstretch.
9 on the board, 21 still to go in this for the Vanderland Building Products late model division. Turner holding on to that second spot. Behind the top 2, it's a bit of a hornet's nest. Right now you've got the side-by-side battle of Kaylee Weiss and Nate Rinaldi. They've got Brandon Mowat and Steve Baldwin all over the back end of their machines.
Multiple grooves being used, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th as we've got one around in turn 2, and they'll go around again and force a yellow flag.
Seymour goes around. James Seymour 5 will bring out the caution flag. Spun around, and then Greg Bellier caught him Bellier's got some damage on the left front from that. Zabby is on the scene with the drone. Field called to double up with 19 laps left to go, 11 complete in this late model feature event. 360 sprint cars still to come, along with the Canadian modifieds.
Same song, different verse. Charlie Sandercock on the high side, Adam Turner down low. They'll be staring down a green flag off, but turn number 4 back on the loud pedal we go.
See how Sandercock does this time. Yeah, much better restart through corner 1. Didn't have that push, rolled it through the corner nicely. And he gets that advantage back over Adam Turner.
The battle recommences for that third spot. Kaylee Weiss has the position. Nate Rinaldi working the high side. Net number 3, Steve Baldwin closing in the 5.
James Seymour will pull the 0-5 into the infield safely, so we'll stay under the green flag. With it being Sandercock, Turner 1 and 2, then Weiss holding off Rinaldi. The door opens for Baldwin. He'll slip by Rinaldi and move into that 4th position, but Rinaldi not letting that go away easily.
No, he tries to get back to the inside. Overdrove 3 and 4 just a little bit. That allows Mowat to close in. Mowat going to head to the high side. He's got Vandertoren right behind him, going to look to the bottom.
Halfway home this time by for Charlie Sandercock. Over Turner, Weiss, Baldwin, Rinaldi, Mowat, and Vandertoren right now your top 7. As this field begins to get a little bit strung out, the first action for passing is about the 9th spot with Lambert and Sopaz.
Watching the field streak by on the front straightaway. Sandercock, after running the high side earlier on, has come down to about the middle of the racetrack in 3 and 4, still working the outside through 1 and 2, but will bring it down the back straightaway, point the car a little bit lower in the bank, and in 3 and 4 as we've got one around. Anthony Rinaldi around in turn number 4.
Just back under the caution flag with 17 complete, 13 to go. You know what amazes me with these drivers? The control they have and the awareness they have of the nose of the car, because it's so far out. The actual tip of the nose of these cars is so far out past what they can see, because it drops off past the wheel well, but then there's still another few feet of nose there. And I watched some of the cars coming off of corner 4. Brandon Mowat got right up behind Nathan Rinaldi, and the nose of his car is literally under the back bumper of Nate's, and yet they're not touching. I mean, you have to have that awareness of exactly where the nose of your car is.
And I think that's part of it, Greg, is you can get, because that nose is so long and so angled, you can get it underneath the car in front of you. And until you see their rear spoiler jack up, you know you're not too far. Okay. I don't think that's how they gauge it in the car.
No.
But you're right, it's amazing the control that they have.
And I guess it's like anything, you know, you drive the same vehicle long enough, you kind of get to know the perimeters of it. But it's like when you get a new car, you're kind of a little more delicate with it. As we see the Yoop tire gets hit, well, 2 of them.
Yeah, 2 of them, forget it. We don't need to hit one tire, hit them all. Field looks to be in order. 13 laps remaining. The white flag going to be given. Next time we will set them loose again.
Brighton Speedway shows well on camera, does it not?
Does so.
Pretty cool shots we're seeing here tonight. I love that one from the infield down in corner number 1. Just the shots that we're seeing tonight, phenomenal. Always love being back at Brighton Speedways. We're back under the green flag, late models. With 13 laps left to go in their feature. Now Steve Baldwin, he's done some work to get himself up to this 3rd spot. He's someone that can definitely play with Charlie and Adam.
Working off of turn number 4, trying to clear the 77 of Kaylee Weiss. Weiss was still there. Now Baldwin has that spot. Mowat going to try to work on the 77 of Weiss. Can Baldwin close in and put a move on Adam Turner? Still a lot of laps yet to go.
Baldwin started back in the 9th positions, worked his way up to the 3rd spot, but Kaylee Weiss is not letting him go. She's staying tucked right in there in that 4th position, having a great run in the Dibbets Excavating 77.
Sandercock not driving away quite like he did. Still the class of the field right now out in front, but Turner kind of keeping him in his sights somewhat.
And Turner still keeping pace. Sandercock's been dominant here so far, but Turner has not gotten too far away from him at any point in this race. It's about an equal distance back right now to Steve Baldwin. He got up to 3rd, but the old saying goes, the closer you get to the front, the harder it is to pass the cars, and that's the case right now for Steve Baldwin.
100% as Charlie Sandercock comes down to the bottom of the racetrack in 3 and 4. We can see there's still some grip on the extreme inside of the track, but Sandercock showing there's still enough bite on my side too.
Sandercock will work it across the line. 6 laps left to go in this one for the Vanderland Building Products late models. As he'll work it down the back stretch. Turner now starting to lose touch with him, and Baldwin getting a little bit closer to Turner.
Laps to go, 1 full handful remain as Baldwin rolling the top side of the racetrack, about 6 car lengths back of Adam Turner as they approach turn number 3. Sandercock nearly a full straightaway out front in the lead.
Beginning to catch the back of the pack. 3 laps to go this time around for Charlie Sandercock. It's not over till it's over though. He's got cars in front, and he'll work to the outside of Anthony Rinaldi.
Sandercock looking for a groove. Slower traffic just about side by side right in front of him. Greg Bellier up into the outside wall, and ooh, that ended poorly for Bellier.
See what I mean by it's not over till it's over? Charlie almost got collected in that.
Almost.
Wow. That replay, if we have it, is going to show you how close that was to Charlie Sandercock being torn up on the front stretch with Greg Bellier in the access storage 25. Two laps left to settle it. Here's the replay.
Bellier just up too high on the exit of the corner, and that wall continued to suck him in. Clinton Jeffrey is on the scene where Bellier still sits in his number 25 machine.
Yeah, the right side all pushed up, body damage here. They're going to take the hood off of this one to get him hitched up. Haven't been able to get a good look at the mechanics on the right side. And yeah, they've torn the tie rod out of this one. Both tires facing the wrong way. Greg gets his helmet off and we'll watch them do this work. Well, Greg, how you doing today, man? I know you could have better runs tonight, but how's your day going before this?
It's all good, bud. We just have been struggling and trying real hard and just made a mistake.
Great to have you here, Greg. Greg Bellier, one of the great guys here, especially from the East, a big supporter of all things Brighton, and the owner of Excess Storage. It doesn't look too bad, guys. The body's got some damage, but mechanically, I think it's going to live to fight another day.
Watching that replay, Charlie Sandercock had a mighty wipes moment.
Oh, big time. Quick reaction by the driver of the 57 machine to avoid that. 28 laps are complete. There'll be 2 laps to go in this shootout as we look at a replay of Bellier getting up the racetrack, and whoop, that last shot was a hard one.
Adam Turner, he's kept pace for the most part with Sandercock. Charlie started pulling away there on that last little stretch, but Adam's been able to keep pace, but just hasn't had anything on the rears. 2 laps to settle it. They'll double them back up. Coming back to the green flag. Sandercock, your leader on the outside. Turner on the bottom in second. You've got Baldwin and Weiss back there behind them. Mowat and Rinaldi back in row 3. Green is back out.
Adam Turner, that's about the best restart he could have down on the bottom. Sandercock up top. He's going to have a run down the backstretch, but Turner with great track position on the bottom.
Off a corner 4 they come. At the line, white flag is out. Last attempt for Adam Turner.
15 100ths of a second was the advantage for Charlie Sandercock at the stripe. He drives it deep into 3. Turner just too far back to make a move. Sandercock to the win. Turner the bridesmaid once again. Baldwin gonna come home 3rd.
Nathan Rinaldi in the 4th spot. Kaylee's 5th. Brandon Mowat 6th. 7th will go to Austin King. David Vandertorn gets 8th. 9th will go to Ryan Lambert, and 10th Kyle Sopaz. 11 through 15 Brian McDonald, Brad Rayner, Brett Hope, Anthony Rinaldi, and Greg Bellier, and then James Seymour and Rich Sanders complete the running order as Charlie Sandercock will pick up the 30-lap win in the Vanderland Building Products late model division. We'll talk to him down in APC Victory Lane. Clinton Jeffrey will meet up with him down there. And Adam Turner, you want to know whether or not racing is a sport? Go talk to Adam right now and see, is he just relaxed in there, or is he starting to feel it? And I'm sure he is. It's difficult manhandling these cars.
Oh, big time. It's a lot of effort. Requires a lot of skill, hand-eye coordination, and a lot of tenacity as well.
Charlie getting unbuckled down there in APC Victory Lane. 360 sprint cars up next, followed by the Canadian Modifieds. Send it down trackside to Clinton Jeffrey for the TrueNorth.bet winners interview as Charlie gets the helmet off.
Thanks, Greg. Charlie Sandercock, no stranger to Victory Lane here at Brighton. Won a zillion of these ones, and he's going to get ready to come back out here out of this number 57 car and salute the fans here. Crew in with the hat. And here he comes, ladies and gentlemen, however big, Brighton Speedway Victory Lane. Welcome for your late model winner tonight, Charlie Sandercock. Charlie, does it ever get old coming down to Brighton Victory Lane?
Definitely never gets old, especially this year. We've kind of stepped back a little bit from the weekly racing. We've had so much on our plate, but it's definitely always nice to come back here with all my fans that come out to support me all the time, and know that there's a lot of them that wish we were here more often, but we'll see what next year brings. But definitely thank you to all the fans.
Right on there, you have for Charlie Sandercock. Your feature, he's got one more thing here.
I got a bunch of sponsors here I got to thank. Rapid Rad, Chris Golden there. He's sponsoring this weekend, but not till tomorrow night. But thanks goes out to Chris. I think there's probably everyone in the pit area that Chris has helped out one way or another. Those guys are awesome down there, and all the other sponsors that help us out on the series program.
Right on, Charlie Sandercock gets it done. Reach in there, pulling a 50-50 number. I'm going to talk to Adam Turner here in a second, comes in for a handshake. I'll take that from you, Charlie. He put it back. Sorry, whoever's number that was. Your winning number is 065-11691. Last 4 numbers, 1691. Let's jump in. Yellow ticket. Jump in here with Adam Turner. Adam, Solid drive. Second again, though, man. You're going for 3 in a row. You're going to grab a win here tonight.
Well, I start deeper in the mod. I start 7th, but I'll be happy with another second, really. And also thanks to Chris at Rabbit Rad for me, too, because he sponsors my car, too. So it works out good for us guys, keeping him up front.
Right on, there you have it. Down from Victory Lane here at Brighton. We'll be right back live here on G-Force TV. The 360 sprints are getting lined up.
Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Our savory potato sides can be prepared any way you like. Serve warm or chilled, as a main or as a side. Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Create your way to great taste.
You're so tasty. Drive me crazy. Crazy. Ain't nothing I can do.
Introducing the Fleet lineup by CargoEase. Our commercial and Titan Series slide come with weight capacities of 1,500 to 3,000 pounds and features HDPE Ultra Ply Deck, a 1/4-inch rubber mat, 8-inch aluminum side rails, a patented spring release T-handle, and L-hook fasteners. This is the CargoEase Fleet lineup.
Back live at Brighton Speedway, night number 1 of the Labor Day Classic, brought to you by Rock 107, Mystical Distributing, and Rapid Rad. Getting ready for the Lawns We Do 360 Sprint Cars. Here's how they'll line up. On the pole at Mount Bridges in car number 45, Tricky Nick Sheridan alongside him from Dunville. In the 15T, it's Ryan Turner. Starting in third from Freelton, the 12, Double D, Darren Dryden, and to his outside, the lone driver from south of the border in the field tonight from Grand Island, New York, Kyle Phillips in the 21K. Starting in fifth from St. Pete, Quebec in the 3G, it's Dale Goslin, and going from the 6th spot from Benbrook, car number 9, the live wire, Liam Martin. Rolling off 7th, it's the Oshwegan Flyer, Glenn Stiers in car number 0. And going to his outside in the 8th spot from Oshwegan, it's the 77T, Tyler Paulus. Starting in 9th out of Brantford in car number 10, it's Downtown, Mitch Brown. And starting in the 10th spot in the 11J, Chris Jones out of Picton. Starting in the 11th spot in car 11 from Caister Center, it's Jamie Turner. And to his outside from Scotland in the 47X, D-Dubs, Dylan Westbrook. Starting 13th from Hamilton, the 19D, Alan Downey. To his outside from Picton in the 84, it's Tyler Rand. 15th starting spot from Oshwegan in the 68, it's Aaron Turkey. And in the 16th position from London, Mike Farrell. Starting 17th out of St. Catharines in the 46, it's Kevin Pauls. To his outside, going 18th, Corey Turner in the 17X from Tilsonburg. 19th starting position is where we find the Joyceville Jet, Rick Wilson in the 42W. And to his outside, the wily one, Warren Mahoney from Lefroy in the 25. Rolling off 21st out of Scotland, the 87X, that'll be Sean Evans. Starting 22nd for Brockville, the 98, Evan Reynolds. And starting 23rd, Nathan Jackson in the 18.
How about Jamie Turner? That Charlie B. Honey number 11 had mechanical failure on his tow vehicle, got here in time to jump in the car for his heat and get out onto the racetrack.
Yeah, it's a good story, and he's starting in a good spot up in the 11th position, halfway through the field. Had a good solid run in his qualifying heat, showing some speed. And had to feel good for Jamie Turner here tonight just to be at the track and competing after the afternoon that he's had.
Darren Dryden, that beautiful 12 double D. It's neat that we have rival graphic artists involved in sprint car racing. You get some really dynamic schemes out here.
Yeah, that we do between DJD and Creative Edge. We got some sharp-looking rides in the sprint car scene. We'll have a quick look at the calendar coming up on G-Force TV. Of course, tomorrow night we'll be right back here at Brighton Speedway with night number 2, the Labor Day Classic weekend. Going to be another good one, 6 o'clock start time tomorrow night. And then coming up, it's the Canadian Sprint Car Nationals weekend, September 15th and 16th from Ohsweken Speedway. And then we'll head to Delaware for make it 2 big nights of racing. The Quick Super Stocks on the Friday night, September the 22nd, September 23rd. The APC Series finale at Delaware. All coming up here on G-Force TV. Of course, we'll conclude the year at Humberstone Speedway with 2 nights of racing in the Fall Nationals there as well. Great shot down there trackside as the cars get pushed off and rolled to life.
A well-prepared racetrack.
Yeah, just getting the notice that Josh Hansen's made it out. So your 24th place starter out of Beamsville, the 88H Josh Hansen. He's got the old top wing on with the yellow lettering, just switched to a new scheme, but he's got that old top wing on there ready to go. So good to see Josh Hansen able to make the call tonight. He'll start 24th in tonight's main event. 25 laps of distance for the Lawns We Do 360 sprint cars. Tyler Rand, home track for him. He's had some really good finishes here. Expect to see that 84 having a good run here tonight. Another second-generation driver, his dad Terry Rand, longtime racer, late model driver, modified driver.
Another good-looking race car, right? That 84 of Rand.
That it is. Former goaltender is Tyler Rand as well. Played Junior C hockey as a goaltender. We've had a long, storied career. Wherever I went, he was there as well, and wherever he was, I was. Hockey or racing.
Are you a stalker?
I think it's him. I was at hockey first before he was, so he's the stalker. Field getting set. And I think they're going to take formation here to salute you, the fans, in a moment. Get everyone in their positions. And everything's set and ready to go. They'll get ready for the 4-wide salute. Folks, get your cameras ready. A hat, a program, whatever you got. Wave these drivers on. They've come to race for you, the fans. Mystical Distributing, lighting up the sky, celebrating what's going to be a huge night of racing here tonight for the 360 sprint cars, 24 strong, here to put a show on for you, the fans. Here they come. This time by, let's wave them on, folks. On your feet. They're 4 wide and fancy for you, the fans. This is the Lawns We Do 360 Sprint Car Series. Field will take shape now. Next time by, we should see the white flag getting ready. 25 laps of distance. Last time out here at Brighton Speedway, it was Darren Dryden picking up his first ever 360 sprint car win. He sits in that 3rd starting spot. His rookie campaign here in the 360 sprints. Another great sprint car graduate. Nick Sheridan looking for his first ever 360 sprint car win in that 45, starts on the pole. And then he's got a guy that is pretty much a veteran now, Ryan Turner, to the outside. White flag is out. Brighton Speedway next time by. We're going green flag racing, 25 laps the distance. 2x2, 12 rows of beautifully prepared sprint cars ready to come to life. Nick Sheridan, Ryan Turner on the front row. Ladies and gentlemen, you came looking for a show. Well, here you go. Let's end all the anticipation as we bring to you our feature presentation. Oh, Tyler Powell's problems on the rear end. The brakes, I believe, have locked up.
He had a problem last night with his brakes as Kevin Pauls turns down into the infield in that 46 machine. But if you remember, who was it had an incident in turn 4 and Paulus wound up getting into Glenn Steyer's pretty hard, but you could see there was a brake issue at that point.
Yep, and that bites him again here in the 77T. It was glowing bright red, and he got up high in corner 2. Kevin Paul spun down to the infield in the 46. We'll see if he just needs a push-off here. So let's watch the replay. You just see Tyler Powell just go up the hill, and look how bright that is, and sparks coming out.
That's a brand new car for them this week, guys. It's a new GSR chassis. They picked it up from the powder coaters Monday and thrashed to get it together. So could be something issue with the chassis swap over.
Well, like we said, Clinton, there was issue last night that was very similar. It was in the brakes. You saw some spark and some glowing when he tried to get the thing slowed down. So not sure what's going on with the pads and the rotor on that, but I would imagine that's where some of the issue is.
Veteran crew chief Kevin Lovey's preparing these cars for Palace Racing so far, and Tyler gets pushed off again, so we'll see if he chooses to go back to the pits or just going to come around to the tail end.
Looks much better now. That replay, it almost looked like they were on fire. That's how bright it was in the wheel well.
Great job by Josh Hansen and crew. Yeah, you see that the glow and the sparks and the flames, those are things that shouldn't be there going into turn 1 on lap 1.
Well, yeah, I was to give you that because they shouldn't be hot enough yet, but I mean, I don't think we've ever seen anybody throw up the spark show that Mitch Brown used to throw up last year.
Yeah.
You know, so I don't see anything on the Palace car that make me think there's a problem. They got the bleeder that's, you know, you see that LED glowing on the left side, but I'm not seeing it. Maybe you guys are.
Yeah, just on that replay, you could see flame or something and sparks. Just for the tail end of it, basically, but now everything looks okay on that car, and we've documented some of these brakes now are meant to be glowing that bright red, whereas they weren't in the past.
Single file restart, that'll put these cars, I mean, Tyler Powless will still be on the backstretch when Nick Sheridan is full throttle into turn 1.
So 1 lap was completed there. We'll come back with 24 left to settle it for the Lawns We Do 360 sprint cars. Sheridan to set the pace.
Gets a good start. He's going to run the inside groove. Ryan Turner up a little higher as Kyle Phillips to the inside of Darren Dryden for the 3rd spot.
Yeah, good little battle going on there. Dryden on the outside. Phillips working the extreme bottom. At the line, Phillips has position number 3. Cars almost all the way around the racetrack already. Things happen quick here at Brighton in a sprint car.
Top two working off of turn number 4. Sheridan staying to the bottom. Ryan Turner still working the high side. Rick Wilson trying to get through traffic deeper in the field, having some problems with Mike Farrell side by side for the lead.
Here comes Turner on the outside in that Nitro 54 variety. Number 15T at the line. Sheridan leads the lap. Turner, though, continues to work the outside line. They work it off of corner 2. Great launch there by Turner.
Turner gets down the back straightaway ahead of Sheridan. Sheridan gonna send it deep. I swear I saw a car bounce down the front stretch.
Big traffic right in front of the leaders. Watch Nick Sheridan as he comes off corner 4. He pitches it sideways, and it gives him the bite he needs to keep the lead.
Yep, he's able to keep the car down into the tacky stuff on the inside. Who's going to have the advantage once they get to slower traffic? Both of these cars quick, but neither of them have changed out of the line they're running.
Kyle Phillips beginning to reel in the top 2 as well. Here comes the heavy traffic. Sheridan on the bottom, Turner's on the outside line, 3 wide in front of the leaders with some of this traffic. As here comes Sheridan to the inside of Josh Hansen.
Sheridan will get around Hansen, now close in on Jamie Turner. He's going to head to the outside. It's not somewhere he's been yet this race as he drifts up the racetrack.
And Kyle Phillips has moved into the second spot by Ryan Turner. Now he'll make the charge to the inside of Sheridan, who's been running the bottom the whole time, and he opens the door for Phillips.
He makes the move to the inside, but there was nowhere to go as Jamie Turner running a solid line on the bottom, so Sheridan commits to the high side as Josh Hansen slows on the backstretch.
Nick Sheridan continues to lead. Now here comes Liam Martin. He's got the third spot from Ryan Turner for a moment. He was there on the tail tank of Kyle Phillips. The 2 Nitro cars go side by side. Turner back into the third spot.
That slower traffic did good things for Nick Sheridan, but now Kyle Phillips into open racetrack behind him. Can he close the gap with 13 laps to go?
Clear sailing between first and second, but now Sheridan will put a lap car between the 2 as Warren Mahoney's right behind the 45. Phillips is on a mission. He'll work down to the inside of Mahoney and try to sail towards the leader.
Down the back straightaway, Nick Sheridan closes in on Kevin Pauls. The next few cars ahead of the leader, all running the inside groove. Sheridan going to close in on Pauls, not coming up off the bottom of the racetrack just yet.
Sheridan's got Pauls, Wilson, and Powless right in front, and directly behind him is Kyle Phillips. He's right there now. Ryan Turner solidly in the third spot. Liam Martin, who'd gotten up to third, has faded back now, hanging on to fourth.
Fascinating to watch the thought process of Nick Sheridan play out. Now he's going to come off the bottom of the racetrack and give it a try. That's all Kyle Phillips needed as they make contact.
Wow. Right at the flag stand. They bang wheels now off of corner number 2. Phillips is going to pull away on the bottom side of Pauls. Here comes Sheridan trying to follow suit. No, he'll dig down on the bottom. That car is hooked off of 4.
And Sheridan comes off of turn number 4, giving Phillips just enough room to squeak by there. Phillips gets around Rick Wilson, and there's contact with those 2.
Phillips now beginning to pull away from Nick Sheridan as Ryan Turner's trying to catch the 45. Liam Martin's reeled in the third place driver as well.
You know, Nick Sheridan's not going to quit this battle, and right now Kyle Phillips has closed in on a couple of cars that are running that bottom groove, so not much of an opportunity for him just yet. If Nick Sheridan can get around Rick Wilson before Ryan Turner gets, can he close in on Phillips for the lead?
This time by 5 laps left to go for Kyle Phillips as he crosses the stripe. Turner to the outside of Sheridan at the line. He's got the spot just by a nose.
Turner rolling that outside just a little bit quicker than Sheridan, but all Sheridan needs is to hit that grip once and get that launch off the corner. Now he heads up off the bottom again where there's not a lot of bite for the driver of the 45.
Phillips has not had an easy time getting by Tyler Powless. Here comes Sheridan. Great launch off of 2. He'll close the gap on the leader.
Sheridan just learned something in turn number 2 that he can use in traffic. He found a line come in handy as he closes in on Kyle Phillips and Tyler Powless.
Wow, he has closed the gap. This time by, it'll be 2 laps left to go. Phillips crosses the line. Sheridan's right there now.
Sheridan going to stay to the inside of that 21. They'll work off at turn number 2. Look at Sheridan with a run down the backstretch.
He grabs the lead into corner number 3. He'll work it down to the bottom of 4. He's got the power there. He'll pull ahead to the white flag.
Sheridan going to commit to the bottom, right behind Tyler Powell is in the 77. They'll go down the backstretch the final time.
Down to the bottom goes Nick Sheridan. He's thick in lap traffic off of corner 4. The first 360 win for Nick Sheridan comes at Brighton Speedway.
Wow! What a drive. He had the lead. He lost it to Kyle Phillips. He lost it, and he lost a bunch of track position, Greg, but he never gave up. What a job by the driver from Mount Bridges to score his first career 360 sprint victory.
You called it. He found something off of corner 2, and that was the move that caught him all the way back up to Kyle Phillips in one straightaway. He closed the gap, and that was the difference, and he was able to catch Kyle Phillips and get his first career 360 sprint car win. Nick Sheridan gets it done.
What a display of driving by both of these sprint car classes. Full fields of cars on a challenging Brighton track. If you're watching on G-Force, look at this replay. He got that run up the bottom. He would not be denied, and then he was able to keep the car down and make it turn.
What a race throughout the field amongst the top 5. Great battle going on. It's often said, oh, well, you know, he started on the pole, of course he won. That was anything but a typical pole win right there.
I agree with you there 100%.
And how can you not be happy for Nick Sheridan? He has got to be one of the nicest guys in the pit area. He's there to help everyone, and he's come so close. He's had the heartbreak, and he's carried it with full maturity.
And, you know, he knows this year has not been his year. They're a little bit short on horsepower, which makes it difficult at Oswego Speedway to pick up wins where he wants to race every Friday night. But you come to a place like Brighton, and you can afford to not have the huge horsepower.
And tonight, boy, the difference really was corner 4 for him. He was so much better than everyone else getting off of corner 4, the way he pitched it off the corner. And he could pull ahead. Kyle Phillips, nothing to hang his head about. What a battle he put on with Nick Sheridan down there. And Ryan Turner holds on for the 3rd spot. What a race. And, boy, this man's going to be excited, Clint. Get ready.
His brother, Jake Sheridan, and Jake is a superstar on the APC Late Model Tour where Nicky is his crew chief tonight. Jake is the crew chief for young brother Nick. Nick gets his first 360 feature win. Daddy Ron Sheridan down here too. How about it for young Nick Sheridan? We talked about Nick today. He's crew chiefing at Mosport CTMP for the NASCAR Series tomorrow for the Clute family. He was a 14-year-old crate sprint champion at Oswego prior to the pandemic. Nick Sheridan is a 360 winner, Nicky. What a drive. Let's talk about it. Traffic's tough here. You had the lead. Phillips gets you. You're banging wheels with them down here. And at the end, you fought back with 2 laps to go to pick up the win.
Man, Clinton, not going to lie, I thought we were out of it there. I was outside of him. He kind of put me in the wall. I don't know what's going on there. But he ran me clean after that. It was good. But, I mean, they say the first one's the hardest. So I'm super happy we broke the ice, man. This is super big for me. It's the first win in a couple years, first 360 win, and I love this place. We were kind of on the fence about coming here, so we had a real busy weekend, but I'm really happy we did.
Nick, how old are you these days?
I'm 18.
18-year-old Nick Sheridan gets it done, ladies and gentlemen. What a great story this family is, Adam. We get to travel up and down the highways all year long to talk to them, and what a great deal it is. We'll get in here and talk to Kyle Phillips and Ryan Turner as well.
Kyle Phillips, who's no stranger to victory lane here at Brighton Speedway in that 21 machine. Good to see him still with a smile on his face. That was a hard-fought second-place finish, Clint.
Well, Kyle Phillips, you know, you're a young gun, too. You're in this one. You took a shot at Nick. You got the lead for a little bit. You guys are rubbing wheels. What a show you guys put on. Second, still not bad for all the traveling you did to get here.
Yeah, you know, I'm just happy to be here. In hot laps yesterday at Oswego, and we blew up our motor, so luckily Josh Hansen was nice enough to let us rent one of his spares, so I'm not really used to this motor, but it felt really good, and the car was handling really good, too.
Certainly looked good out there. Good job, Kyle.
Thank you.
Kyle Phillips in second with a borrowed engine. Give us a second. We'll get over here and talk to Ryan Turner.
I think you might want to buy that engine. Let's hear from Ryan Turner, third place. Good solid run tonight.
Ryan, solid drive. It feels like you're maybe starting to peak at the right time. You didn't get the win tonight, but the crew is really working hard. You're working good. Everything seems to be gelling for you as you try and get ready to go back for another Canadian Sprint Car Nationals in a couple weeks.
Yeah, it's all starting to come together right now, and we're trending in the right direction. We had a rough mid-August there and looked to bounce back, so that break almost helped us out, and we're starting to go the right direction. Brighton, we've actually struggled here the last little bit, so just to find something and get ready for tomorrow, we're really excited. I can't thank all my sponsors enough, all my crew. We got some friends and family here as well behind you, ready to get a photo, so it's awesome, and thank you to the fans again.
Ryan Turner will be third. Second place, Kyle Phillipson, your winner tonight. Nikki Sheridan gets it done. We'll be back live on G-Force TV in just a moment.
Early man discovered fire, but Quick Quick perfected fire. Quick Quick is the only fire starter that guarantees to start your campfire, wood stove, or fireplace without the need for kindling or paper. Find your nearest Quick Quick retailer at quickquick.com.
Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Our savory pasticides can be prepared any way you like. Serve warm or chilled, as a main or as a side. Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Create your way to great taste.
Lockhart's Odyssey is BRP's newest marine dealer for the legendary Alumacraft fishing boats, the luxurious Manitous, and the affordable Sea-Doo Switch pontoons. Come aboard our new outdoor showroom, located here in Cortland at Lockhart's Odyssey, your BRP superstore.
Well, good evening, everybody. Welcome to our weekly race chat.
Adam Ross and Clinton Jeffrey are live and interactive every Tuesday night. Rivals Race Chat is your home for race discussion, debate, news, interviews, and more. They'll even take your questions and comments live on the air and talk to some of the newsmakers each week. Tune in every Tuesday night at 8 p.m. on G-Force TV.
It all started for us at the racetrack, from dirt to water. We have continued to keep the adrenaline and drive to make sure that we are always in the forefront. We are driven to give our customers the absolute best in service, products, and memories with your family. No matter what your passion is, whether it's on the water, in the dirt, on the snow, or on the road, we will always be here welcoming you over and over again through the doors here at Lockhart's. You're not just a customer here, you are part of our team.
You're so tasty. Drive me crazy. Ain't nothing I can do.
We are back live at Brighton Speedway on G-Force TV with one feature left to go. It's the Boehner's Oil Guard Canadian Modifieds. Set and ready to go over in corner number 4. This is how they'll line up going from the pole in car 50. It'll be Dylan Boyle. Pat McEvoy in the 56 will start in second. Leslie Mowat starts third in car number 2. And to the outside, Doug O'Blenis in the 32 starts fourth. Sean Gregory rolls off fifth in car number 1, with Wally Alderdice starting in sixth in car 5. Here's Adam Turner, his third race of the night. Can he get it done tonight? He'll have to do it from the 7th spot. To his outside, Ron Wadforth in the 40. He'll start in 8th. Starting in 9th in the 09, it's the Cowboy, Dan Price. 10th starting position belongs to Mike Freeman in the 51. Corey Halbert in the 41 goes off 11th, and Bob Green will start 12th in the 26. 25 laps the distance tonight for the Canadian Modifieds.
Now, Greg, I can't see the future, but I know who's going to finish second in this feature.
Where are you going with this?
It's what he does.
Oh, yeah. Oh, well, obviously.
Adam,
I had a brain fade there.
I
Sorry.
figured out this week, Adam Ross is on a mission to make every driver hate us. We're doing a good job since Tuesday.
You know, it's not easy. Well, it's not
being
hard.
Cheesy.
It ain't easy being
Aye,
cheesy.
aye.
Well, the number of sentences that we spit out in a season, the fact that it took until September to really offend people seriously is probably a small miracle.
You don't care when you offend me. Here we go, final feature of the night. Canadian Modifieds ready to go off a corner for 25 laps the distance. That was dicey off of corner 4 in that start. They're looking 3 wide through corner 2. Oh, Turner had a handful there.
Leslie Mowat getting racy on Boyle, the leader, putting that nose right to the inside of the number 50. She'll push him across the line, then have another look to the inside into turn 1.
Big pack of cars right now going at it. Doug O'Blennis right now with that 56 machine as well to his outside. Pat McEvoy. That's a fight right now for 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th. Now Ron Watford's at the back of that one.
Gregory up to the outside. Sean Gregory in that number 1. And here comes Leslie Mowat to the inside of Boyle down into 3 and 4. A little bit of contact among the top 2.
Yeah, touching wheels there as Gregory at the line. Yeah, he does. He edges ahead just barely over Boyle. Put Mowat in the 3rd spot. O'Blennis holding on to 4th. Turner's up to 5th, so he's gained 2 spots.
Wadworth up on the high side. Turner down to the bottom of Doug O'Blennis as they work down the front straightaway. O'Blennis on the high side, trying to work over Leslie Mowat in that number 2, but out in front, Sean Gregory starting to drive away.
O'Blennis, Ronnie Wadworth on the outside. The rest are on the bottom. O'Blennis is going to tuck down in front of. Oh, Turner wedges it down in corner 1. What a move there.
Wow.
Gets up to 4th. He's making the moves.
Turner manages to keep it off the O'Blennis 32. He came off of turn 4 with a lot of steam. Good run to the inside of Boyle. He's got the nose down there. He's trying to drive it deep enough into 3 and 4. Couldn't quite do it. Problem for Leslie Mowat. I'm not sure. Yeah, it's a flat right front tire.
She'll skate way up the banking and 1 with that flat tire and will slow down the backstretch. It's Gregory out in front. Boyle holding down 2nd. Turner's right there trying everything he can to get by the 50.
Gregory with more than half a straightaway out in front, but there's still quite a few laps left. 16 laps this time when they cross the stripe. Is Adam Turner. He's done everything but move to the outside of the track. He is committed to that inside groove, and there he goes in 1 and 2. He finds the opening he needed.
And he'll move on by to the 2nd spot. So is this where it ends for Adam Turner to make you right, Adam Ross?
You know, I don't like that I'm right most of the time. I just feel that I'm right most of the time.
There's a lot of people right now that don't think so, but nonetheless.
This is true.
Gregory out in front. Turner holding down the 2nd spot. And will he have time now? There's still 14 laps left to go, but boy, oh boy, a caution sure would help Adam Turner's case.
It sure would. We're going to have a look at the times when they come off of the front straightaway this time. Sean Gregory with a 16.893, and Adam Turner comes across with a 17.014. So Gregory is the fastest car on the racetrack.
Halfway home in this one is Sean Gregory. He crosses the stripe. 13 in, 12 laps left to go. Turner, O'Blennis, and Watford the top 4, and then you've got Wally Alderdice up to 5th. Boyle beginning to fade in that 50.
Gregory going to close in on some slower traffic here in the next few laps as Leslie Mowat gets back onto the racetrack with a fresh right front sneaker.
Leader starting to catch some more traffic here with Halbert And the 09 of Dan Price directly in front.
Wadsworth looks like he might be a little bit quicker than O'Blanis as we've got one slow down the back straightaway, and that was almost a situation.
Yeah, the leader came up on Bob Green really quick, and now the caution will fly with 9 laps left to go. And Green comes to a stop the middle of the back stretch. And this is what Adam Turner needed. One more spot is all he wants.
Adam Turner had just run his fastest lap of the race, which was a hair faster than Sean Gregory's fastest lap. That Oasis Fuels #1 got out front early and has been leading the way ever since. Adam Turner, after starting in the 7th spot, had to slowly work his way through the field. Leslie Mowat laps down. How many laps down is Leslie? 6 laps down from the looks of it is Leslie Mowat after having to pit for a fresh right front tire.
Still 10 to go here for the Bainers Canadian Modifieds. Final feature of the night. We'll rack them and stack them again tomorrow night, 6 o'clock start time. We'll be live on GeForce TV. Want to welcome everyone back. If you're watching tonight and you're in the area, come and join us in person. There's nothing better than being here in person. We have all sorts of camera angles. We've got the drone. We've got Abby, the true star of GeForce.
That's right.
But there is nothing that beats the smell, the rush, the sound of the motors.
You've got to be here.
You've got to be here. So join us tomorrow night, 6 o'clock, right here at Brighton Speedway.
Sean Gregory going to fire from the inside. Adam Turner up the high side. He'll try to get a run off of turn number 4 as Doug O'Blanis looking for racing room on the bottom. Not going to get it as Adam Turner fires it deep into turn 1.
Here they go down the back stretch. Ronnie Watforth is kind of sticking his nose into this as well. And that 40, he's got O'Blanis to his inside. Top 5 have broken away from the rest of the pack. Here comes Turner on the bottom. Gregory working the outside. Caution. Dan Price around in corner 4.
9 laps to go as Price goes around. Dan Price, one of the best traveled racers in the land. Not all of his travel is for racing, but he has seen the world. So we're going to have a look at this replay from the speed shot. Oh, a little bit of contact there with Leslie Mowat. One of those chain reaction things, people start checking up, and Dan Price got the raw end of that deal.
Dan's tractor videos on Facebook are somewhat soothing, are they not? Have you ever farmed in your life, Adam?
Nope.
No? I've done it. And it's not enjoyable. It's hard work, and I don't like it. I'm allergic to hard work, but it brings back fond memories of just a simple lifestyle. And he's got his old tractor out there.
There's something to be said for being simple, Greg.
Well,
I embrace it.
You're a pro.
Well, I was wondering where you're going with that.
Let's do a quick fired up sights and sounds of the Canadian Modifieds.
Mike Freeman in the 51 going around on the back straightaway after contact with another car, and I believe Wally Alderdice showing the signs of that contact in the right rear quarter. They're trying to get to the end of this one.
Down to 8 to go.
What a great show tonight, though, folks. Hopefully you're going to make it out to tomorrow night. If you're not, hopefully there's someone else to take your seat as we have a look at this melee on the backstretch from deep in the field. Freeman got knocked around and off the racetrack where it's hard to find any grip.
Well, who thinks Adam Turner's got something for Sean Gregory here? Can he pull it off? Or will he be the maid of honor once again? Left holding the flowers. Let's see. Back to the green flag. Sorry, Adam.
No. Turner again able to get to the bottom of the track, developed a bit of a push down into 1 and 2. That allowed Gregory to open up 2-3 car lengths down the back straightaway. It'll be 7 laps to go.
Sean Gregory, oh so good here in this Canadian modified division in that car number 1. He's got that machine just hooked up and on cruise control. Another car around. I think it might be Mike Freeman again. Saw him, yep, down in corner 1, and looks like he's going to pull it into the pit area, so we'll stay green.
Adam Turner struggling right now in turn number 1 to get that car to rotate. Not able to keep it on the bottom. That time he was able to pin it to the inside. He's been able to hold off Wadworth, but really losing ground to the Wadforth rather, but he's really losing ground to the race leader.
Oh, Wadforth caught the implement tire that time through 4. Loses a little bit of ground to Adam Turner. Down the backstretch and into 3 goes Gregory, this time by 4 laps left to go for the Canadian Modified Feature event, our final race of the evening. Adam Turner nestled in where he's been all night, 2nd place.
Dan Price starting to make some moves in that 09. He's back there behind Wally Alderdice in the 5 machine. Leslie Mowat right behind him.
3 to go for your leader. Turner 2nd, Wadforth right now holds on to 3rd. Doug O'Blennis in the 4th spot, and Dylan Boyles worked his way back into the top 5, but here comes Wally Alderdice to his inside.
2 laps to go for Sean Gregory. Adam Turner's got some daylight back to Wadforth running in the 3rd spot. Doug O'Blennis in a land all by himself out there, but from that point back, everybody embroiled in battles on the racetrack.
Yeah, Boyle and Alderdice, Price, and Mowat. As the white flag comes out for Sean Gregory, he's been the class of the field tonight. He'll sail it down the back stretch one more time.
Final time through 3 and 4 for Sean Gregory in that 1 machine. He'll take the win. Adam Turner going to assume the position. 2nd place on the podium. Wadforth coming home 3rd. Then it's O'Blennis. Boyle going to hang on over Alderdice to round out the top 5.
Sean Gregory puts beat down on the field there tonight in that Oasis Fuels number 1. Gets it done. We'll talk to him down in APC Victory Lane in just a moment. He'll roll across the scales. Adam Turner, you were right, Adam. 2nd place for Adam Turner. And Ronnie Wadforth crosses the line in the 3rd spot. Again, we'll be back on the air tomorrow night, 6 o'clock. Hope everyone can join us here in person first and foremost, but if you can't make it, we'll be here live on G-Force TV at 6 p.m. 360 Sprint Cars, the Action Sprint Tour, along with Thunderstocks, the Comp 4s, and the Stingers will be on the card tomorrow night. Hope to see you here as APC Victory Lane gets set up on the front stretch. Sean Gregory's already there, unbuckling, getting that helmet off, and he'll be ready to celebrate another win. No stranger to Victory Lane here at Brighton Speedway. And he'll pull it down there to our Clinton Jeffrey, who will get a word with him. Our final feature winner of the night. Great night of racing overall. And we'll send it down to our Victory Lane interview. Clinton Jeffrey will talk with Sean Gregory.
Thanks, guys. We'll get Sean out of the car here in just a moment, get him into APC Victory Lane for our final interview of the evening.
Don't forget Madhouse performing in the campground.
Here he comes, ladies and gentlemen. How about a big Brighton Speedway APC Victory Lane welcome for Sean Gregory. Great job here tonight, Sean. Once again, you know, they talked about the beatdown you put on the field. Even the yellow couldn't take it away from you. This car was flawless tonight.
Yeah, it was amazing. The track was fast, top and bottom. I saw Turner there and the restart there, kind of poking his nose in the bottom, and I knew if I had a chance at this, I kind of had to take the lane away from him and just roll around the bottom and bring her to victory lane.
You got it done. Congrats.
Excellent. Awesome. Thank you, guys.
Sean Gregory gets it done here, and that will wrap things up from APC Victory Lane at Brighton. We will be back here tomorrow. Guys, take us home.
Thanks very much, Clint. Thank you to everyone that has joined us here tonight in person. We thank you for your patronage. We hope you'll be back tomorrow night, 6 o'clock start time. And if you can't, don't forget, we'll be here on G-Force TV. Adam, that was phenomenal racing in every division tonight.
Absolutely fantastic racing. That's all the reason you need to come back tomorrow night, because it's going to be more of the same thing. I can't wait.
So that will wrap things up here at Brighton Speedway. On behalf of the Rinaldi family, all the staff and crew that make things happen here, and on behalf of Clinton, Jeffrey, and Adam Ross, I'm Greg Kelman saying so long. We'll see you tomorrow night right here on G-Force TV. Copyrighted broadcast may not be reproduced, retransmitted, or used in any form without the authorized written consent of G-Force TV. G-Force TV would like to thank you for your support and for watching today's broadcast.